So you got to get in the mood and sing a little and have fun. It's a good thing I took up painting rather than singing. Maybe this tree's dead. There, something about I can. Boy, it's a pitiful looking old tree. He had a rough life. He's like me.
So you guys are really along for this deep dive. Okay, well, welcome back. This man is, everything you see.
Look at what we have. Beauty is everywhere. You only have to look to see it.
And everything you expect.
We get letters from people say they just sleep better when the show's on. That's all right.
And then some.
I hope you're absolutely plagued with dissatisfaction through your whole life. Because if you are, you'll always strive to do better.
There's a lot more than meets the eye to Bob Ross. Part 1 was a lot of an introduction to this part in part 3. Although we'll see how many parts. But today is a chronology, a biography, more so than a analysis. Part 3 is going to be more along the lines of interpreting, analyzing, putting Bob in his greater cultural, social, historical contexts, getting to kind of see some of his cultural predecessors, or maybe on the screen it would be this way, from left to right, to his progeny, his successors, who he was influenced by and who he indirectly or directly influenced, myself included, although I'm not a culture in the not a key figure in the cultural landscape, by a long shot landscape. Wow, I can't speak. Maybe that has something to do with it, Rich. I wanted to know as much as I could, even though there's still some gaps in his life. There's a lot that we've found out about Bob, and a lot of events that shaped him, how he shaped his own legacy and destiny, and his own trajectory into becoming the painter, the person he was, which was quite a drastic shift from the first part of his life. But he actually, we'll find out, continued a passion for painting and an artistic bent, even in a explicitly non-artistic career, through just sheer discipline and determination and dedication to his craft. He was an impressive figure. The deeper we dive into discovering who Bob Ross was. So let's begin. Let's begin with the beginning.
Here we go. Yep. And it's done. It's done strictly and completely out of here. It's just for love of these creatures.
Not that it means much, but it was really cool for me in particular to know Bob Ross is a fellow native Floridian. He was born in Daytona Beach to Jack and Ollie Ross. Jack was a professional carpenter by all accounts, and Ollie was a waitress. So they were working class parents. They certainly, from what Bob said, they didn't have a whole lot growing up, but they made do. They made the most of it. Piers Jack, interestingly, died fairly young, at 63 years old, and Ollie not too much older, at 71 in 1991, as we'll see that becoming a piece of the precipitation of really unfortunate events in Bob's life later on. There was one thing that was pretty interesting, and I think, not going to make too much of it, but he has Cherokee heritage. Actually, in this book here, they found on lostsoulsgenealogy.com that his paternal ancestry includes members of the Cherokee Nation. And given that Bob was born in the 40s, 1942, in fact, October 29th, 1942, I wrote a pretty extensive kind of biography on Bob here, or an outline of one at least. I forgot to put the actual day and even year he was born. That's hilarious. But I'm pointing to him being born in 42 just to mention that naturally the further back in time you were born, more likely that his ancestry was pretty closer to him, so he might have been up to like 1/4 Cherokee. And I think it's interesting that he painted landscapes and was so in touch with nature and was so in love with it, you know, enough to make it his whole an integral part of his whole career, you know, second career.
I like these kind of scenes because, well, to be honest, I'm a nature freak. I love to walk through the woods and talk to the animals. Don't tell anybody that. I even talk to trees at times. But you need to understand nature to appreciate the great, great things that have been created.
He was born in Daytona, but he actually moved and was raised, spent most of his childhood in inland Orlando. It's not anything like you would know today, even as a native Floridian, being just a magnet for, you know, Disney World and just a big sprawling kind of suburban, urban, mostly suburban cities and towns around that. And any Floridian's going to know that any 15-minute drive away from the coast inland on this peninsula puts you pretty quickly in farmland. I mean, you could be in almost any southern, deep part of a southern state, and you wouldn't know it, southeast at least. It yields pretty quickly to either farms or just straight swamps and raw nature. I'm sure it mirrors the population of Florida, mirrors the population of the world quite nicely, given that in the sense that, you know, probably something like 90 or 95% of people live somewhere on the coast, and it's no different in Florida. So he was certainly raised in the country for all intents and purposes. He was noted, he had, you know, it's much wilder there, let's say. And again, this is another reason he was very in touch with nature and animals. And that remained a consistent part of his life throughout. And his mother was a huge part of his life too, and was a huge part of his philosophy towards animals and his fascination with them. Let's grab the magazine, actually. I got a couple quotes out of it. So this is the magazine that we looked through in that first kind of casual flipping through of Bob's of this magazine and learning about Bob's childhood and his basic story. And on page 10 here, the writers say that here's some cool pictures too of Bob and his brother Jim. Yeah, Bob says blender brushes are very soft. As my father used to say, they're tender as a mother's love. And in my case, that was certainly true. Certainly true. I'm very prejudiced, he says, but I think I had the greatest mother there was. Interestingly, yeah, Bob's parents came from a split household. They married, divorced when Bob was real young, married again other people, and then divorced them, got back together, and ended up splitting up. I don't know if they married a second time, but I'm sure that affected Bob and made him feel, find consolation in animals and nature, especially when that's probably a big part of his environment growing up, was the actual environment. And it says here, Jim and Bob. I think Jim was Bob's younger brother. They had much in common, and they used to sit around and we'd look at clouds.
When I was a kid, I used to sit around and my brother and I, we'd look at clouds and we'd pick out all kinds of shapes. We'd see the mean old witch or the candy man or whatever.
Pick out all kinds of shapes. We'd see the mean old witch or the candy man or whatever.
And they all lived in the clouds. You can see all kinds of shapes in there if you just spend a little time and study it, and you got a good imagination. All kinds of things.
And as an adolescent, so Bob, one of his pastimes was caring for and making pets out of wild animals, injured and otherwise. But, he got an early exposure to nursing animals as he'd become very, very, well known for, other than his painting, obviously, by bringing on squirrels like Peapod and Bobette onto his shows. Local squirrels from around his area. And he'd work with wildlife rehabilitators.
It's done strictly and completely out of here. It's just for love of these creatures. And to Diana and all the people around the country who take care of these animals, I tilt my hat, because I think you're the most fantastic people there is.
To nurse these squirrels, and he had cages that he built, and it became like a real integral part of his life, of his personal life.
You probably remember him, Peapod the pocket squirrel that was with me for so long. I turned him loose because I don't keep any of these animals. But he hangs around the house. He stays there every day. When I walk out, he comes running to me. And we just have a good time together.
To actually turn his house into a miniature rehabilitation facility to help these squirrels. And as a kid, he cared for armadillos, snakes, alligators, raccoons, squirrels. And once he even tried to nurse a baby alligator in the family bathtub. Another time, his pet snake got loose, and his mom flipping on the light at night, the bathroom light, in the middle of the night to try to, go to the bathroom, finds a snake loose in there. I wonder her reaction to that. In the book, his how-to instruction book, More Joy of Painting with Bob Ross. This is a compilation of some of his other instruction books. At the very end, they have see if we got that there. They have an About the Artist section, and Bob Ross says, at a last 25 series, what remains quite magical, too, is the fact that Bob remains shy and almost unaware of the impact he's had in the art world. And then his quote is that, it's really cool. He says, mostly I'm pleased that there's more awareness of ecology in nature and God's little creatures. And I'm happy that people are being exposed to something they truly enjoy doing. I'm thankful for the time I share with fantastic friends and fellow painters. I thought that was just, man, such a humble thing to say. You know, he really, really deeply cared about the animals and his conservation, the environment, and I think that was an important part of what gave him, kept him grounded and humble and in touch with reality, was just keeping a low profile and doing things like that really mattered to him and, turns out, the wider world. A 1992 Orlando Sentinel newspaper article that I'm going to be referring to a lot, one of the few dozen sources that really helped flesh out this biography of Bob, said since returning to Orlando, he's befriended a handful of animal rehabilitators. He's converted his suburban backyard into a rehab center for 2 orphaned baby squirrels, a fox squirrel, and a crow with a smashed wing. And Bob quoted saying, "I don't use the pool, but it sure makes for a nice view for them," he noted. Inside his jacuzzi houses an epileptic squirrel. Bob Ross, it seems, hasn't much use for pools or jacuzzis. And his half-brother Jim, who will make a reappearance later on in his life, not in the best of light either. We'll see. Who he mentioned in passing a few times on his show, said, Bob was the best man at Jim's wedding. And Bob said, "We used to fight like cats and dogs, you know how brothers are. He's a good man, though. He's a good man. He's my best friend in the whole world." As children, Bob and Jim ran wild through the Florida woods. And Bob said, "Shoot, we were tough. We didn't even wear shoes back then. I don't think we had any." And on this page here, another blurb that really, adds detail to Bob's personality, I think. That he was talking about how they used to listen to radio in it would have been the 50s, late 40s. TVs weren't necessarily as ubiquitous. I mean, definitely weren't, but, it wasn't guaranteed. It was more of a luxury item back then in America, and so they had radios, and there were radio shows and stories, and Bob said that I used to listen to some of the shows, and they'd be sad at the end. And I threatened my brother if he told anybody at school if I ever got sobby-eyed over some of these things. So you get a little hint, a little indication of a friendly antagonism between them, as most brothers do tend to have. And then, in speaking about school, Bob apparently got pretty poor marks. I think this is going to be another theme of Bob's life, is his kind of his aversion to authority figures in school and, traditional ways of teaching. He did poor in school, and I'm going to be relating later that Bob was an effective teacher, and he was a teacher who was able to, through TV, but also through the popularity of himself on TV, he was able to reach a massive audience, and lowering the barrier, like we talked about in part 1, the intro, we see that Bob was able to he was able to teach painting in a non-traditional way and make it accessible. I guess fundamentally that's one of his biggest legacies, was the sheer volume of painters and potential painters he was able to reach and liberate from a sense of probably people who wouldn't have otherwise gotten any encouragement to paint and try to be artistic. Bob let them know that it's not something you're born with necessarily. It takes practice. It takes maybe an initial inclination, but if you follow that and you practice, you're going to be good. You'll see results eventually. And it takes a painter, it takes someone who understands who understands the pitfalls of using a one-size-fits-all teaching approach to teaching and instruction. You're going to miss a lot of people because some people have different ways of learning and different ways of viewing the world, and they don't interpret information as quickly as some people, depending sometimes on the way it's relayed to them. And, Bob dropped out of high school in the 9th grade. And then he went right into the trades, working as a carpenter with his father. And I think this is significantly going to impact his philosophy of teaching and education. So I think this gave him a lot of empathy for those inhibited by the fear of failure, like we all are, really. He understood that, there was a lot that many people didn't do just because of that terror of failing. And he understood that you had to break it down and simplify it. And if you only got people to get their foot in the door, then you never know. They might find they were able to do something. Seeing immediate results in the way Bob promised broke down a lot of the inhibitions that people usually employ to, that ultimately just prevent them from trying new things and reaching out there and, risking failure, but also missing the really meaningful rewards of small successes that add up to becoming an individual, expanding yourself through learning new skills and trying new things and having new experiences and, all the other things like meeting new people that go along with that. His father, being a carpenter, it seemed like, surely he was a good father. He stuck around. It is interesting, so in the how-to book bio, it says that he inherited his tradesmanship qualities from his father, a carpenter who took great pride. So Jack Ross, Bob's dad, took great pride in his work and gave him first-hand experience in carpentry, showing him that it wasn't that easy to make a shed or a barn.
This certainly makes it easier. My father was a carpenter, so I've spent a lot of my life building things.
And this gave him a great respect for, trades of all sorts, but particularly carpentry and craftsmanship.
I know how difficult it is to actually make a barn. That's why I say I wished it was this easy to do.
Bob always said throughout his whole life, and we're going to find out his mentor, Bill Alexander, did as well. And it might have even been more prolific than Bob, actually.
And I always feel good with wood and with iron. I like to hammer iron, and I like to put something together. And you're proud when you have a finished product. You stand back and you say, my God, look what a creative power I developed.
Becoming a jack of all trades and just being real hands-on, being a real handyman. And when Bill built his own cabin and I think he was like a blacksmith. I mean, in Bill's documentary, we'll find out all about Bill later on, but Bob built squirrel cages. At bare minimum, he was active in doing minor, woodworking projects. And this really made Bob just a blue-collar guy is clearly his upbringing, but he had an understanding of the working class, and he never put himself in the position, even well into his success, his wild success as a painter and paint instructor and TV host, and the owner of a paint company, supply company, and he always stayed in touch, always stayed humble. And I even have a couple, again, like Alexander Cruz, who we mentioned in part 1. I have a couple more anecdotes of just people who personally knew and interacted with Bob, and he was as humble of a guy as he lets on TV. And, that part of that is just being in touch with what it takes to be a master of a craft, and the hard work and discipline it takes to be in the military for 20 years and keep up a passion at night when you come home and hang up your little soldier hat, all while raising a kid, going through divorce, moving, constantly being shipped around. Another interesting from an article, 91 New York Times article, written while Bob was still alive. An interesting connection with carpentry popped up, and I felt like it was interesting to put it in here because they were talking with a struggling painter who was a paint salesman in his late 30s, working in some, sort of Soho section of Manhattan, presumably not a very cheap paint store. And the guy said sardonically, this is Bob's happy little corner where they, had a little stand, an end cap maybe, of Bob's products. And the salesman says, we hide them so as not to offend, meaning, they're cheap and simple beginner products. And the guy's article says he searched for a bright side, though. Says, I suppose in a sense he has brought a lot of people in who normally wouldn't get involved in art. And then his coworker comes up and says, yeah, but is it art? Is it really art? It's cabinet making is really what it is. And this guy was a sculptor, apparently. So he says it's formulaic and thoughtless. Art is therapy. They describe Bob's style as pizzeria art. Paintings hung in pizza parlors, subpar paintings. And both these comments I thought was so apt to what we were going to talk about later. And breaking down the bigger picture of Bob and analyzing his legacy is that, Bob did he wasn't trying to make fine art. He was trying to reach millions of people who would be pushed away from ever even wanting to inquire into being artistic or art schools or taking art classes because of that exact attitude that is so dismissive of anybody who doesn't have cultured sensibilities, and that's exactly what Bob was doing. And he even, Jackson Pollock was a famous artist, and Bob purposely used to call him Jackson Pollard. He took, little shots at the art world, the famous, the fine art world. And he didn't have any interest in being analyzed or being a part of that world. He wanted to connect with people from an actual standpoint of having a passion for art and painting, and what, like we talked about in the intro, it could do for people's own sense of play and creativity and self-development, and becoming sophisticated as a person, not as a cultural consumer, or as a status symbol. And the second guy, just talking about it being a formulaic and thoughtless cabinet making art as therapy, I thought was, I guess ironically spot on, because the guy was using that condescendingly and as a derogatory description of what Bob was doing, but that was exactly what Bob was very aware he was doing. He was making it formulaic so that people could, again, he was opening the door so that it looked, and he made it accessible and removed any intimidation from it. You don't have to start by making a masterpiece. And he always said that. He said, if you ever feel like plenty of people mailed in or called in saying that they had problems and weren't satisfied with their painting, and he said that, he used that to underline the message of trying, hard work, continually applying yourself, and your next painting was always going to be your masterpiece. You were always going to have room for improvement, and that was a good thing, because you could learn, and it meant you maintained a humility about you to not think that you have become a master. And Bob, while working with his dad with the cabinetry, carpentry, he lost his finger, as we famously, is a famous, bit of trivia to always say about Bob. But I always wondered, did that suggest an influence on Bob's teaching style by how the circumstances around losing his finger, how, what would his dad have had to have done to, did he fail to teach him to be careful enough around the saw? Did he give him a false sense of security, or did he, was Bob maybe too careless, just intrinsically, and his dad warned him, but Bob, because he was not one to not one to really listen to authority figures, tell him what to do. Maybe he was a little rebellious, which by his James Dean haircut kind of seems like maybe the case. Anyways, yeah, just little speculations like that make me wonder what his perspective on teaching, his life, his own raising his own son Steve, how that impacted that, because any child's relationship with both their parents, mother and father, are formative. That's unquestionable. So I wonder how that affected Bob, and we'll see. We'll see later on in life. Now, we don't have much more information other than his wife Vicky said that when they met, probably around 18 years old, at least Bob was, he was already painting a lot. So I think he said at one point he was maybe 8 years old when he first, tried to paint. So he had at least been exposed and been interested in painting for a long, long time. And around 18, in 1961, he joined the Air Force and served around there until 1963, around Florida there. Hold on a minute, let's see. Here he is with his mother, Ollie Ross. And we can see by his badge there. I don't know if you guys can, if it's capturing my cursor or not, but his badge on his arm there. We're going to get into those insignias, or we're going to just talk about those briefly. So clearly that's like one of the first ranks you get when you join the military. So he was never a pilot, but he was drawn, probably I would guess, drawn into the Air Force for the same reason he loved fast cars. And for the same reasons he kept his dream of painting alive throughout his entire 20-year career in the military. Here we got a picture of him in the jet, right there. And he loved fast cars. Famous for that. I say famous. I've been reading too much about him, because he is not famous for much more than painting. Later on, he had a 1969 Corvette Stingray with a 350 engine in it, which is a really big engine. The car went pretty darn fast, with a Bob Ross vanity plate here. I think this, his desire to go in the Air Force, which has a lot to do, generally with traveling the world, and that's one of the big selling points people, recruiters use to get people into the military, is often saying, hey, you get to travel the world. And Bob clearly had a sense of adventure. He wanted to, he was born way before Orlando was anything worth writing home about, before theme parks and Disney put his stamp on there. And it was an effectively small town that Bob Ross was from. And Bob wanted to get out of that small town and take an adventure. And that sense of adventure and play was with him throughout his entire life. There's Dana Jester with the Bob Ross vanity plate in this picture in the background. That was Dana, Steve, and I think a Bob Ross, she might be a Bob Ross certified instructor, but this is Dana Jester and Steve Ross in a painting event not affiliated with Bob Ross Inc. Dana Jester and Steve Ross. I reached out to them. They didn't respond, but no big deal. Understandable. Totally understandable not to want to respond to a random small YouTuber. But they both seem like really, nice guys, and they're off on their own adventure, their own business venture and adventure, teaching painting again. Not affiliated with Bob Ross Inc. So Bob had 3 wives. He met his first wife, Vicky, who he was married to until, we'll find out actually, for about 15 or so years. He met Steve's mom, Vivian Ridge, or Vicky, in Florida in their late teens, and in the early 60s. She followed him to Alaska when he was reassigned there, and in 63, and a couple years later, in 66, they would have Steve. In the Netflix documentary, Vivian, here we can see a picture of her being interviewed there, with Bob Ross painting in the background, a couple gold pans of his. Here's a younger picture of her. Real cute, real cute. She says that he'd stay up, I'm assuming this was in Bob's late teens when they first got together, and paint until 2 a.m. some nights. And although he had to be at work at 8 a.m. So to me, and here's a young Bob working away at a landscape in Alaska from a newspaper clipping. He was clearly already very much infatuated with painting. They were married in 1965. Here's their certificate here on Vicky's Facebook. May 31st, 1965. It's actually not too far from their anniversary date right now. Hope it wasn't an outdoor wedding, because that would have been hot, pretty hot. In their hometown, not exactly sure which town, but Orange County, Florida. It's Orlando's county. And then a year later, they had Steve, and here's a plate right here. I saw from, I got a couple pictures from Vicky's Facebook, and which is an interesting Facebook page, by the way, if you guys check it out. Bob and Vicky Ross's wedding day. Bob's Aunt Susie Gatewood, that lived in Georgia, made this wedding plate for us, and it looks like she, painted it. So I think there's clearly some sort of artistic inclination in their family. And then Vicky and Ollie Ross. And we have the family portrait that I used for my last thumbnail. Vicky, little Steve, and Bob. I think Steve's first name is Bob Robert as well, and his middle name's Steve, so he goes by Steve. Here's another one of Bob and Steve. Bob looked like it's like that little look on his face. Looks like he's saying something mischievous to Steve there. Interestingly, on Vicky's Facebook here, someone asks her about where's Linda Brown, Bob's third wife these days, and she said, I don't know, probably moved in with Annette in Virginia or New Smyrna, who cares? So maybe Vicky knows something about some sort of relationship between Bob's third wife and Annette Kowalski. I don't know about that. We're not sure. And yeah, another thing, just while we were on Vicky's Facebook page, it was interesting. I'm not going to be talking too much. Well, that's, again, not the focal point. The drama between Bob and Steve and how the Kowalskis, legally took control of Bob's image and name and likeness once they took over Bob Ross Inc. But, it is a part of Bob's story, so I will be including it. But this was pretty interesting that, because the documentary didn't say anything about this. So in 1987, Vicky says the Kowalski clan, she put a picture of the Kowalskis on her Facebook and says Bob did in fact have a unhappy accident and made a mistake when he met the Kowalskis. I know because Bob told me in 1987 while visiting me at my condo. There's the picture right there. Yeah, Vicky clearly has something out for the Kowalskis and what they did to her son, not giving Steve any of the profits, any ownership, any stakes in the company, nothing. So it's interesting that, and we'll be touching upon that later. Now, Bob is in the military. He joins in 61, is around Florida, and then 63 gets shipped up to Alaska. And Vicky goes up there with him. They have Steve up there. Presumably, they were married in Florida in 65, so maybe Bob, they had a home, or at least flew back and kept Florida as their home base. And then at a certain point appeared to have moved full-time up into Alaska. And, sometime after Steve was born in 66, I thought it was relevant to include just the general nature of where Bob's eventually climbed to in the ranks of the Air Force, and some of the descriptors of the actual ranks themselves, and how that relates to Bob's choice to take on a leadership position in in his own company, and really shape his own destiny, his own life trajectory during and after the military. And he rose, I think, Bob rose to the rank of Master Sergeant, and this is a position of pretty high authority, actually, and it turns out that it was essentially the highest position you can be promoted to without having a college degree, at least nowadays. And I'm sure it was somewhat similar even back then in the 70s. And it was a leadership position, which implies teaching and communicating effectively. And you can all imagine that applies pretty well and overlaps pretty thoroughly with what he eventually did on The Joy of Painting. And even down to demonstrating technical procedures, which the way he broke down painting into its technical, detailed, very fine, minute steps applies pretty directly as well. He was Master Sergeant. That was his rank, and we can see here in the picture here. So the first rank you get when you join the Air Force, and every military branch, Navy, Marine Corps, Army, Air Force, they all have their own ranking system. Some kind of sort of relates, but it's all unique. That was what he had on that was the insignia he had on his sleeve in the picture with his mom when he looked pretty young. It's because he's probably right fresh out of getting in the military there. You work up from Airman Basic to Airman, and then Airman First Class, all the way through Senior Airman, Staff Sergeant, Technical Sergeant. You have the same star within a circle, and you have what are they called? I'm sure I'll have it here, but you have the little flares, the little wings that are coming off them, and you just increase them in number. And then at the Staff Sergeant, you get a set of wings kind of on the bottom. Let's see if I had the word. Nah, maybe not. And so anyways, it evolves as you get higher, and you can see the symbol evolves, the badge you have, until Bob got Master Sergeant, and you can see the Master Sergeant insignia on his, or you could see he earned a few more wings in this picture right here. And I think in this one here, we could kind of see, maybe not, it's pretty dim. Maybe I can brighten it up in editing. This one, did he have anything? No. But this was just his James Dean hairdo. You know, you don't just roll out of bed with that hair. So Bob's clearly always been, you know, interested in his hair and looks, and he's always had a sense of style and fashion, of course, and took that with him into the military, as we see. Getting risen to the ranks of Master Sergeant, First Sergeant. He was a medical records technician in Fairbanks, near Fairbanks, at the Eielson Air Force Base. Master Sergeant is helps us understand exactly what Bob, you know, the qualifications for Bob were. It's above technical sergeant, under senior master sergeant, and a technical sergeant that he would have had to have risen up from, and so it's a position he would have held right before master sergeant. You hold you have to be capable of dealing with 7 skill level, whatever that is. I guess it's a sort of ranking of the qualifications that you've officially completed, and you have to be capable of dealing with highly complex technical duties, as well as provide supervision for subordinates. It's known, quote, as the second hardest promotion to acquire, next to the promotion of Master Senior, Master Sergeant, which I think Bob's schooling mostly prevented him from being able to attain. And then Master Sergeant indicates it's one of the most significant promotions, and this is right off the Air Force website here. In the Air Force, it's the point where the airman enters a senior non-commissioned officer tier. Responsibilities are to shift from technical towards more commanding duties of larger amounts of subordinates. So you're in a pretty upper-level commanding managerial position. But of course, let's see. And it's also the lowest rank one can hold to become eligible to be what he became, First Sergeant, which means that he achieved this rank holding the minimum requirement, and or he at least was able to achieve this rank without, in pretty short succession, I would say, after he achieved the minimum rank. And then lastly, the Master Sergeant, which is what he ended up retiring as, must also demonstrate a keen aptitude for further developing their skills and leadership, as well as experience in managing and operations. And this ability to continue learning, continue growing his skill set and his technical abilities and his communication abilities, of course, bled over into his TV career and the success. He was very good at something I have to work on, not going too far off the cuff and, trying to use phrases and things that I haven't really mastered, I guess. Bob clearly stuck to the script and deviated just enough. He told little anecdotes, but I'm sure he had, whether it was Annette Kowalski or one of his producers, Sally Sheffield or something, keeping him on track if he, went on too far of a tangent into a story or digression. He had those people there. I got Ernie and Gracie, my dogs, but I do know I do that a lot. And so it's a skill that you develop, and you, after watching enough of Bob, I noticed that he repeats a lot of the same anecdotes, so they're seasoned. He can use them almost like tools, and as filler, as applying, if it's applicable to a certain narrative he's already talking about, in a conversation he's already having. He can employ them pretty quickly and efficiently and relevantly, and he doesn't deviate too much from any other given episode, you'll notice. But also he has the phrases and the stories and the way he talks is very uniform and consistent, and it's professional, and it's not very amateur. It's very, you could tell he has a sense of mastery, I guess you might say, with his communication and his presentation of himself.
There he goes. He's tired, little tree. Boy, he's had a tough life out here. Tough old life, like me. He's had a hard time. There, something about like that. Boy, that's a pitiful looking old tree. He had a rough life. He's like me. There we are. You'll certainly have a greater appreciation of nature and all the little things that are run around that we don't pay a lot of attention to. It'll teach you to see nature, to appreciate some of the beauty that's around us every day that we take for granted.
So that was very clearly a very massive overlap, and something that helped him a lot as he transitioned into paint instruction and his show. And I was able to find out that he didn't just randomly, paint a little bit here and there and decided to take a leap of faith and quit his military career and just go right into, trying to become what he became. It was a very calculated, a very long, something he worked on for years to master painting on his own, and it always had an economic aspect to it. He always used it. He sold paintings as a side hustle. He also bartended as a side hustle, and apparently he was a cross-country truck driver for a little bit, probably after his initially getting out of the military. He was a blue-collar guy, and of course he had financial, finances on his mind, and he, regardless of that being some sort of a benefit of, his painting, he kept painting consistently and was very dedicated to it, to the point where he would take classes and even instruct and show painting demonstrations at an early age, as we'll see here. You can see man with a brush. Here's him, Master Sergeant Bob Ross puts the finishing touch on one of 3 Alaskan nature scenes he painted during a recent art demonstration for the employees and retired residents of the Fairbanks, Alaska Pioneers Home. Following the demonstration, Ross donated the paintings to the retirement home. So even back then, he had a streak of philanthropy, or just, generosity, you might say. But he always kept at it. That was a core thread I'm noticing in Bob. For 11 of the 20 years he lived in Alaska, that he was 20 years that he was in the military, he lived in Alaska, and he lived in Washington, out near Spokane, Washington, so outside of those 11 years. So I think for a long part, if not most, of his military career, he was surrounded by beautiful landscapes, mountainous landscapes. And he says here everybody likes mountains, whether you live in Florida or Alaska. Everybody likes mountains.
Let's now make an almighty mountain. Everybody likes mountains, no matter if you live in Florida or Alaska. Mountains are still pretty.
All right, he commented on how popular mountains were for the Orlando newspaper article. It says, no matter how many mountains I do, people still write in, and they still want mountains. They still want more mountains. And he was stationed outside of Fairbanks, so no doubt, like, if he would have had to commute, or whether he lived on base, he would have been surrounded by the Alaskan mountain ranges as a backdrop, a perpetual backdrop, almost wherever you look. And it would have definitely... And the fact that he was a bartender too, that choice, you could do a million different things as a part-time gig. Bartenders are known, they're famous to be psychologists almost, they're there to talk and interact and socialize, and as well as bartend. And Congdon in the book here says at the beginning, a quote, affable part-time 6'2" bartender served residents and tourists at a local tavern, and I can only imagine how many problems he must have helped sort through from behind that bar. I imagine he was pretty well liked by everyone, maybe except the local psychologist, taking some of their pay, some of their clients. Still, through the long hours of staff sergeant, being a husband, a father, and his second jobs, he still stayed dedicated to painting. And this clip is one of those anecdotes he always repeats, but I think it's pretty inspirational and pretty encouraging to hear that Bob would, he would do his duty all day, and then at night, he would hang up his little soldier cap and be able to explore his own creativity. And it's not like that's easy to do, isn't it? And way easier to just turn on a YouTube video, probably one more entertaining than this, or TV.
You really ought to enjoy what you do in life. If you do, then you'll do a good job. I spent half my life in the military, and there I had to live in somebody else's world all the time. And painting offered me freedom, and I certainly enjoy what I'm doing. I spent half my life doing somebody else's thing. I'd come home after all day of playing soldier, and I'd paint a picture, and I could paint the kind of world that I wanted. It was clean, it was sparkling, shiny, beautiful, no pollution. Everybody was happy in this world. That may be how I made it through 20 years of military, because I could find freedom on this canvas. There we go. There's absolute freedom here. And I think we're all looking for freedom. At least I am.
He had the dedication to, do his fatherly duties. Steve always said he was a great father. Take care of the home, do a second job, and all that. And on top of he wasn't a low-level airman. He was a person in a position of authority. I'm sure the hours were long. I'm sure he had a lot of headaches from his subordinates, so, and still he found the time to pursue his painting. Although he'd been painting since his teens, according to numerous articles, it was only at the USO Club in Anchorage that he took his first actual art class. And, this and taking classes, selling, demonstrating, teaching his own classes at certain points was just a clear indication of his drive and his constant seeking to engage with art and develop his skill and cultivate a talent by pursuing his passion in the little hours, the little downtime that he had. He'd paint on his lunch break. He'd go home, make a sandwich, paint really fast. That's why he jumped on when Bill Alexander, who we'll be going over and talking about, sharing his story quite a bit. When Bill Alexander popped on PBS in 73 or 74, Bob was still, there's an anecdote that he was tending bar and watching TV, and he saw Bill paint in 30 minutes, what took most people to paint weeks to do, like we said. And of course Bob jumped on that. He saw that, probably saw the possibilities, probably saw dollar signs, probably saw a whole career, and he was probably counting down the minutes at that point of how much longer he had to work until he was able to secure a good enough military pension to support his family and enable him to have the financial freedom to go out and pursue potentially financially risky decision, which it was at a certain point. We'll see. And here from Vicky's Facebook, there's a picture from 1964. Bob and Vicky Ross in Alaska. This picture was from Anchorage, so I would guess they lived in Anchorage at a certain point. And it did say he took his first class in Anchorage, so maybe he did live out there. And when he did take these classes, true to his poor experience in his early school, he was frequently found himself at odds with his painting instructors. And he said, there's a famous quote, he was not interested in abstract painting and theories about painting. He just wanted to know. He's like, they tell you what makes a tree, but they wouldn't tell you how to paint one. By the mid-70s, he'd been practicing art for 20 years, but he'd constantly been frustrated at all these, basically the teachers who couldn't teach him and in a way that was accessible to him. So I think his academic struggles and his curiosity, he had an open mind, clearly, as an artist. And he was curious about the world around him with his love of nature and animals, landscapes, willingness to travel, desire to travel, adventurousness. And that's so interesting that he chose to get into the military and become, that he was able to wear two hats as a painter, an open, free-spirited painter, and a very, tight-knit military man, very disciplined and regimented, and had to keep others in line, and also shout at people and be very disciplinarian. But throughout, he pursued what gave him what he loved. He pursued what he loved. I think in around 72, seems like they were stationed in Fairbanks from 68 to 72, and they eventually went back there, but they were in Spokane, Washington from probably around 72 to 75. And this was fateful because this was one of Bill Alexander's stops on his tour. He used to, he had a show, the same model Bob eventually used was from Bill, where the show acted almost as a just exposure to garner interest in what Bill was doing, which was teaching painting and selling paint products, all of which Bob would and the Kowalskis and his wife would do later on their own as Bob Ross Incorporated. And in Washington, about 30 minutes away from Washington, that was where Bill came once a year to teach and instruct. And Bob, like I said, he was on that, and he tracked Bill down. Now, the Daily Beast article by Alston Ramsey is a huge, the documentary and the documentary are the primary sources I'm using for, not primary, that's not the technical word, the main places I got the information on his life. But I also like using the articles from Orlando and the New York Times, a couple dozen other bits and bobs from articles I found online about his life and interviews. This book is more about interpreting Bob and his legacy in the art world and culture, the wider culture. But the Daily Beast article Alston Ramsey wrote it came out before the Netflix documentary and was a huge, very, very in-depth. And if you're interested in learning more about Bob, which you may or may not be after listening to this, I would highly recommend checking it out, the documentary, and checking this book out too, while I'm plugging my sources. So I'm getting a lot of this from Alston Ramsey. Daily Beast article he wrote, Ramsey's article, apparently says, and I couldn't find anything else to corroborate this particular point, that Bob went to Thailand at the tail end of the Vietnam War, which was in 1975, and it wasn't until after he got home from that same year that Bob first was exposed and was exposed to Bill and his magic of oil painting. Although Bob had been selling paintings, and he painted Alaskan gold pans and been selling them out of the same bar that he had his second job at bartending, selling them to tourists and whatnot. He was making a nice little side hustle doing that. I feel like it was a watershed moment when he saw Bill on TV. I mean, that would have absolutely been, it would have given him a clear vision of where he could take his painting through instruction, selling paint supplies. Like I said, Bill's model. He had already clearly tried to find a way to paint much more quickly. On his lunch break, he was saying earlier, he found ways of his own before hearing about Bill that he allowed him to make paintings really, really fast. But I think Bill had perfected the wet-on-wet technique, even if Bob had found some sort of similar technique. And it was seeing Bill do this that really inspired Bob and probably gave him, kept him laser focused during the last few years of his military career while he was honing his skills and trying to track down Bill to get an actual lesson from the master himself. And it was so fateful that, because I'm sure Bill wasn't going all the way up to Fairbanks, or even maybe not even Anchorage, probably not. He was, though, however, going to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And this was only 30 minutes away from where Bob and Jane and Steve were living when Bob was stationed at the air base outside of Spokane, Washington. And so Bill had made a name for himself. Bill in his own right. We're about to go on a brief detour into Bill Alexander's life from a autobiography, sort of, on his own website, because Bill's story is pretty interesting too. It took him a long time. It took him a lot of effort. He was an immigrant, barely, I'm sure spoke the language. He toured around, traveled almost his whole life until his late 50s. And he found, like Bill, like Bob, he found, Bob was an early bird, got to the painting game early compared to Bill. Bill was traveling, pretty much living paycheck to paycheck, didn't have too much to show for his life, and he knew it, and he was outspoken about it for a while. When he got his big break, painting on a California PBS show, and that which opened the door for Bob, of course. And you can see here these guys, buddies, hanging out together here, probably in the early 80s, after their rift. And so Bill, in his own right, had some interesting stories, an interesting life, and his story of how he got onto TV and to begin with was pretty interesting, and it shows you that, Bill was probably very much a kindred spirit to Bob, and the two probably hit it off right away. So Bob was constantly seeking out art classes all the time, and there's a friend who ended up becoming the connection between Bill and Bob right around Spokane, Washington. And let's see if I can find it here. Where is it? Method was perfect. Alla Prima talked about that. Bob later remarked about his show the first time seeing Bill paint. Yeah, I think I have a clip. I'll enter the clip here.
Lay all those beautiful little leaves on there. Thousands and thousands of them. I used to spend weeks with my one-haired brush trying to do this. It almost made me angry the first time I saw Alexander on TV, that he could do in a matter of minutes what took me days to do.
Yeah, from the documentary Netflix, Bob said, I saw Bill and I fell in love with him. It took me a year to get in touch with him, though. And so around Spokane, Washington, like I said, from about 72 onward, for a few years at least, before going back up to Fairbanks, Bob lived with his family in Spokane, Washington State. And he went to the local college, state college, community college maybe, and met artist teacher John Tham, where John taught, he brought John on the show to give a portrait lesson at one point during the Joy of Painting too.
My instructor became a very good friend, and after a long period of time, he took me aside one evening. He says, Bob, I want to tell you the truth.
And John jokingly told Bob, after seeing he was an accomplished artist, and admittedly said that, he said he makes no pretenses about being Bob's teacher. He said he just says Bob wasn't good at doing portraits, but
I want you to go out and paint bushes and trees, because that's where your heart is, and leave portrait painting to someone else.
Bob was an accomplished artist in his own right, and John Tham ended up being a conduit because he knew someone who hosted Bill Alexander every year when Bill came around Coeur d'Alene, Idaho to teach. And John says Bob showed up one day with two people, and what he said, two friends who themselves had no interest in painting, but he had an amazing ability to create art and gather people around him, John said.
Well, I thought today I would bring that gentleman here. His name is John Thelm. He comes to us from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, and he's one of the most fantastic portrait painters in the country.
And Spokane Falls Community College is where John Tham taught, and Bob was, just stopping by there on another one of his many stops on his perennial search to learn more about painting. And it might not be, that maybe Bob was trying to seek out Bill. I don't know. Maybe he was actually taking a class, though. He didn't have any way of knowing that John knew of a way to get in contact with Bill. So it was just one of the many fortunate and positive interactions. One of the legacies of Bob, just being a humble, straightforward, honest guy who was open to experience and meeting new people and the doors and receiving the benefits of the doors that disposition yields. Here I have a picture. Spokane and Coeur d'Alene are really, really close together. And Bob up here, Bill's hometown of Powell River, British Columbia, I believe. Maybe a few hours away from Vancouver, from northwest. So that was where Bill was permanently. That was his home base. That was where his home was. And so you could see it's not too far of a drive for Bill to make it to Coeur d'Alene. And John Tham is going to be leaving the picture. So before we do and go on to his introducing Bob to Bill, just saying some remarks John had about Bob was that he was a wonderful man. He came around initially just so he could get off base. Came around to see, I guess, what paint instruction classes there were. And Bob was as nice as you think he was, says John. Oftentimes people present themselves as one thing on camera and there's something entirely else. Bob was the same guy all the way through. That's what John says. Tham paints Ross from the article as a Mr. Rogers-esque figure, and we'll be making connections of our own between Bob and Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers, later. And he says that's a good comparison between those two guys. Bob was a kind man and absolutely deserved his success. And he says he painted a portrait of Steve when Steve was about 12 years old that ended up in the Kowalski's house somehow, and the painting was apparently destroyed in a house fire, and Tham was pretty pissed about that, saying that painting should have never been in the hands of the Kowalskis. It's just another example of Steve being cut out, which is a little foreboding of the later half of Bob's unfortunate trajectory. And John Tham thinks that so much of what happened with Bob and the Kowalskis was very sad. Annette Kowalski betrayed Bob and his family. In fact, the last phone call, this is a little more foreboding here, but it's relevant for John Tham here. The last phone call he ever received from Bob was shortly before Bob discovered he had lymphoma, which led to his death in 95. So it's probably a couple years before 95, maybe 93. Sadly, they never spoke after that last phone call before Bob died. But Bob reached out to John to see if he wanted to partake in an event, join up in help him in another venture Bob was doing as he was splitting off from Bob Ross Incorporated and the Kowalskis towards the end of his life. And we're going to find out there's a couple different things Bob did at the end of his life, one of them being the children's show that was mentioned on the documentary that he was doing as an attempt to, I think, both, maybe not spitefully, but not just collaborate, not be affiliated with the Kowalskis in any way, and not have his legacy in control of the Kowalskis, being that Joy of Painting was completely under the control of Bob Ross Incorporated, which was going to be shortly owned by the Kowalskis after Bob's death. And Bob wanted to have creative control over what he did and his likeness and his image. And he was going to start well, I guess we'll talk about it later, but it was an interesting venture that he was going to start. He had a whole vision for what he wanted to do that was going to be not radical, but a significant and definite departure from what he was doing with the Joy of Painting. And Bob became friends with John, and it just so happened, of course, that John knew somebody that knew Bill Alexander, who Bob was actively at the time trying to meet. And Sam says there was a woman in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, or is it Iowa? Better not be Iowa. What's next to Washington? Is it Idaho? I think it's Idaho. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. There's a woman who knew Bill. And Opal Brute, what a name. Opal Brute, who invited Bill at William Alexander up for a workshop every year. And when I heard about this, I told Bob, hey, hop in the car, we're going to go meet him. And that's what we did. He introduced Bob to his future mentor, and the rest is history. And Sam says, if I didn't do that, maybe Bob wouldn't have been on TV, but maybe he would have. Because, he quote, loved an audience. And I want to at this point, get into a little bit of Bill's own life, his struggle, his very colorful, interesting history, and how he became the man, how he became the instructor, the example Bob was so influenced by, and who Bob sought to make acquaintance with. Bill Alexander's story is really an interesting one. He's very similar to Bob in a lot of respects. He was born into a working class family. He was exposed to nature thoroughly at a young age. He showed an interest in art and painting in particular at a very young age. Both were military men. They were drafted into the military. Well, Bill was conscripted. Bob voluntarily joined the military because Bill was conscripted during the Nazi Party, so he was technically a Nazi, interestingly enough. But by all accounts, Bob, so easy to get them mixed up. Bill was a reluctant Nazi. That sounds like a great a great comedy title. So up to this point, we found out that Bob was born into a working class family. He he was very influenced by both his parents. His mom gave him a love of nature and just an empathy for that sense of caring and compassion and warmth that he obviously still felt towards her and other people due to her influence. His father was a carpenter, a tradesman, taught him the value of hard work, the exposure to true craftsmanship, and I guess really probably the first inklings of, I'm sure, if he was anything like me, he built forts and explored the woods all day, every day as a child, and you learn to develop a sense of pride and satisfaction with completing a task, building, creating anything, making your imagination, something you envision, come to fruition. And, carpentry is a form of artistry. There's no doubt about that. And Bob often made a point to say, on his shows when he was painting a barn, for instance, that it was I wish it was this easy. He often paints things, of course. He's painted them hundreds, if not thousands of times by the time we're watching him on his show. But, he always, of course, he's trying to teach us, and so he makes it look easy. And he also commented that he wishes making a barn in real life was this easy, this straightforward. And see, so he learned those core values, started painting at a young age, nurturing animals, started building, constructing, creating, and was romping through the woods quite a bit with his brother. Got a cool picture of him. I don't know if it's with his brother. If it is, then his brother is the older one, but I'm not sure, of him holding a really big fish. And you can see the 1940s cars. So Bob, at a young age, he dropped out of high school, went into working in the trades with his dad as a carpenter, lost his finger. That's where he got his finger. It's a form of trauma. I'll be referring to that in the future. It's not like amputating an entire limb, an arm, a hand, or leg, but it is still, it was his index finger on his left hand. Thank goodness he was a righty. But yeah, generally if you're cutting wood, you kind of use your right hand to push it, left hand in the front, kind of leading it and guiding it. And I'm sure it slipped or something very unfortunate happened to Bob, losing that finger. It's a small instance of, small little tragedy. It's not the end of the world. You can get by and make do, but given that most likely happened sometime, ninth grade to the 18 years old when he enlisted in the military and started his own career out from under his father. He was young, still a formative time period in his life, and I'm sure that's something you have to live with, and you get noticed. I'm sure he had to explain it to other people all the time. And when we dive into more of Bob's legacy in part 3 when we're able to, we're going to analyze him and his persona, his presence, his more his legacy in depth, his really how to interpret and look at Bob as a person, as an artist. One section I will touch on in the next part is Bob as shaman, as healer, as psychologist, therapist, saint. And part of what can lead a lot of people who end up taking the trajectory of becoming a saint or one of those figures is something that marks you out as an individual early on, and a lot of times that's an injury. In prehistoric tribes, a shaman is often marked out at an early age by an injury or like an animal attack, sustaining some sort of trauma. It might be minor or major, and that it makes sense that it radically changes your perception of safety and your understanding of where the boundaries of your tribe and the safety within those boundaries lies, and how it can fluctuate if you are pulled out of adolescence by something like that at an early age, and forced to grow up and have a radically shift your paradigm about the world, and that can mark people and help them, guide them to a point of self-understanding, and we'll dip into that later. But so he took on responsibility, got married, had a child pretty soon after. He was dating Vicky, got into the military, went up to Alaska to travel, took Vicky with him, had Steve in 1966 when he was 24 years old. Pretty young. I didn't have my child until 32. 31, 32. Definitely a peak millennial over here. He climbed the ranks, though, when he, despite not having a degree in higher education. I hear you, buddy. I know. Ernie's getting tired of me talking about Bob Ross, and I'm sure maybe some of you guys are too. I don't know. But he showed an aptitude, a propensity to excel, and he was clearly an intelligent guy. Even if he wasn't a quote unquote book smart guy, Bob clearly had a drive and to pursue and expand himself and expose himself to all sorts of challenges and new experiences and learn as much as he can. And that came with that personality trait, helped him climb the ranks, helped him continually pursue his passion in painting, helped him even during the very busy schedule and demanding and a schedule full of responsibilities and stressors, I'm sure, pursue his own interests and his own hobby, most of which was revolving around painting. He was continually learning, seeking out people and mentors who could teach him new things. John Tham, when he was stationed in Spokane, Washington, was one of those people, and John Tham ultimately led him to connect with Bill Alexander, Now, Bill broke ground for Bob. He opened doors. Bill, like we said, he was a traveling art instructor. Didn't find his way onto TV until much later in life. And well, he has an interesting story. Let's go into it for a few minutes, shall we? He was an immigrant to Canada, and eventually, I think he actually lived all his later life in British Columbia, near in Powell River, I guess it's called. Let's see. And what we're going to learn about Bill, other than the technical things he developed, the tools that Bob and Annette Kowalski and them would so liberally borrow the models for, including the entire business model, and even use of words like happy little this and happy that and happy little trees and ducks and animals and the almighty, which Bob still peppered throughout in his later shows, but definitely in the first few, the first few years, first dozen or so seasons of The Joy of Painting, you can hear Bob use pretty often, the almighty easel, the almighty paintbrush, the almighty mountain, almighty mountains. Bill, despite his humble beginnings and tragic upbringing, another similarity between Bill and Bob, lives marked by tragedy, he was fortunate to have a deep gratitude instilled in him from an early age. And, it's hard to say things, make any deep, affirmative judgments about people that you only have video of, but everything I've read about Bill, he seems to have been genuine in his optimism about the good in people's hearts. He had a reverence for nature, just like Bob, a hard work ethic, as we'll see, through many attempts at, he started his own business and he worked for other people, and he always had a desire to envision a better future for himself and always chase that dream. And actually, he had a pretty radical vision of what he wanted to do with the people he surrounded himself with. He, at one point, it seems like he almost started a commune, and he just had a fire in him that we'll see, and it comes out in the way he carries himself. So, if Bob's fire was a slow, steady warmth, Bill's was a brush fire. It was an absolute bonfire of just a burst of life, just a thriving within this guy. Really interesting guy.
When you reach the height of your thinking and feeling, you always wish you had someone to share with. And here is the spot. And why I paint so quick, because I'm so motivated, I'm so full of energy, because the land feeds me. My hands do things, I don't know even what I'm doing, because when you see that, I think you feel the same thing.
He always was attempting to be a successful painter, teacher, businessman, and he had a clearly very strong desire to share his love of painting with everybody he surrounded himself with. Bill's childhood, like we said, it was tragic. In 1914, he was born around the First World War, right around the beginning. An old man packed a wagon with hay and straw and gathered up his pregnant daughter and grandson, her son, and a few family belongings. They were about to begin a trek hundreds of miles from what would become the site of one of the biggest and bloodiest battles of that century. That was where Bill's mother and his older brother and his grandfather were from. In the early spring of 1915, the daughter gave birth to another son in Berlin. That's where they fled to. It would be 2 more years before Bill would return to his home village. And the First World War was from 1914 to 1919, so Bill was born right in the middle of it. And his entire childhood was marked by the fallout from it. Here's a picture of Bill, and Bill's mother holds him steady as she and her brother Paul pose for a family portrait in Berlin in 1917. We're all very serious. Gosh, that looks just like Bill. That looks just like Bill. Wow. And they're right in the middle of World War I, on the losing side too, so they definitely don't have a reason to be happy. In the early 20th century, around Bill's childhood, East Prussia was still a feudal society with poor villagers like Bill's family supporting wealthy landowners while trying to eke out a living for themselves. But after the First World War, there was nothing. And Bill was raised in abject poverty. He'd written about it in his biography. One in particular painted a scene of his childhood, saying there's nothing but dead cows and machine guns buried and laying around, skeletons of soldiers half buried with the boots sticking out of the ground. This was Bill's childhood in the fields around him. Children played among the remnants of war, often injuring themselves as a grenade exploded. But because of his parents, Bill would fortunately grow up with a much different view of life than that which he saw around him. His father denounced war and swore neither his children or he would have any part in it ever again, and that attitude actually cost Bill's father his life. Apparently he was executed by the Nazis for unpatriotic sentiments. Bill's father, however, was able to instill in his son the to honor life and to appreciate beauty that exists in the world around them despite all the tragedy. Bill's mother was a frail woman who developed tuberculosis when he was young, and in spite of her sickness, she worked hard to give her family a good life in the midst of such poverty and despair. And you could see that's a strong correlation. I couldn't help but see the similarity between the overlap between the childhoods of Bill and Bob, both. She was the center of the family life, and Bill dearly loved his mother. You know, despite not being above being an impish youth, a little mischievous, a little trickster. He always pulled pranks and had adventures. I guess he had another brother younger than him. But He had a love of family instilled in him. Many evenings gathered around the warmth of the flickering fireplace, and Bill, accompanying on the fiddle, would play and sing along with his family. So it seems like Bill had a miraculously, beautifully warm upbringing, and he carried that with him throughout his whole life, seeing the best in people. Bill's mother died, unfortunately, when he was 14, and Bill, poetically, was adopted by another mother, Mother Nature. That's what he says in his biography. And so, he would... such an interesting childhood. 14 years old. It's about when Bob quit high school. And, both of them were exposed to the real world at a pretty, still very young age. His new mother, Mother Nature, Bill would sleep out in nature. I'm not sure about the climate in Germany, but I know it gets cold there. I'm sure it's rainy, but he said he enjoyed a few pleasures that he did have. The raw honey from bees. Bill kept it in a wooden cigar box, and the sweet taste of yolk from raw eggs from a hen he'd raised were just a few of the pleasures he appreciated. And from a young age, he was surrounded by animals, nature. He was in love with the outdoors. And he had an artistic bent too, a romantic side to him. He learned, it says, that no matter how bad things are today, there's always tomorrow, and tomorrow could be better. So in his autobiography, he said there was a guy who, an itinerant painter, who would visit the village and paint for the local, the wealthy landowners. Remember, it's still a very feudal society in eastern Germany, Prussia, and most people were poor, working the land and giving most of the profits because the land was owned by the wealthy elite landowners. And this guy was an itinerant painter. He went around painting murals on wagons and walls and things for whatever the elite would want. And Bill saw that as a way out of his abject poverty. And so he mentored, he trained under the painter. And he says the guy wasn't very good, but he sure was thick. Oh, good Lord. The artist wasn't very good, but he sure was quick. And this influenced Bill, and recognizing the practical side of being able to be good, but also quick and turn over paintings very quickly. So before long, Bill, after finishing or while apprenticing for this itinerant painter, became an itinerant traveling painter himself, and this is really what he did the rest of his life. He was able to travel the countryside, painting portraits, landscapes, farm scenes on everything, canvases, the walls of buildings, wooden panels, carts. And it says, at night, Bill slept under the stars, and he painted in exchange for lodging and food And it was a wonderful opportunity, he says, for a young man to apply his trade, and learn about the world around him as he moved from one Prussian village to another. Just imagine just doing that. I can't imagine that. I'm sure some of you out there can definitely imagine that. I grew up way too slowly to imagine being 14 years old and just traveling from village to village in war-torn Germany and Prussia, and just painting, sleeping under the stars, living, meal to meal. That's quite the experience. So Bill's dream was to be a game warden because it blended his passions of being outside, being connected with nature, painting, caring for animals. And this didn't happen, though, because it required 12 years of military service. So Bill joined the army right around the rise of the Nazi Party in Germany. And of course, another world war and 3 bullets would end Bill's dream. Essentially, he wasn't zealous to, fight in Hitler's army, and he says he got sent on a suicide mission. And this is just a funny little anecdote, because Bill, he sounds like an absolute hero, but of course this is the only account we have of this is Bill, so. But he seemed like a nice guy, so he seems like a guy who might embellish things, but not flat out lie and be deceitful. So he said, my last military assignment was a suicide mission. Patton's Third Army, which was the U.S. Army, was approaching. Officers ordered Bill and his 8-man bazooka platoon to hold a forward position in front of an advancing army. Bill wavered, but the officers assured him there were soldiers in front and behind for support. Bill and his 8 men advanced to meet the tanks, but he soon realized all his men were alone. He and all his men were alone. And then as Bill advanced, he looked behind to embolden his men, but they were gone. He realized he was alone in front of the American army, and desperate to save his life, Bill found a nearby French village where he befriended one of the villagers and convinced the man to let him hide out until he could return to his unit. When he awoke the next day, he saw a group of German soldiers sitting on the ground with their hands behind their heads, and for Bill Alexander, the fighting was over. So the American and French forces had captured the Germans, Bill being one of them. He got sent to a, POW camp. And here we see Bill pauses to be photographed in his new art studio while an American soldier tries his hand at painting a portrait of his brother and his wife from a photograph. Bill's paintings are in the background there. He reconnected. At this time, Bill had had a wife and a daughter, but he knew his future was no longer in his homeland, so he decided at this point, after the war, to emigrate to America. Bill had a new start in a new country, a country where he could live and believe as he wanted. Bill decided he was going to have it his way. And his story really is an impressive one, because he built an actual paint supply empire from nothing. He had no barely any money, nothing substantial enough. He had to work his way up, save, worked multiple jobs to make ends meet, sold paintings on the side, crafted, developed his technique over years. He was asked to teach by wealthy people who bought his paintings, and one of his students, eventually the wife of a local businessman, paid $500 in the 40s. So that was a lot of money, a couple $1,000s at least, to fly his family, his wife and daughter, to be with him. And so one day, Bill happened to meet the owner of a hardware store, and they talked about art and artists. When Bill told him he was an artist, the owner asked him to, bring some of his paintings and display them in the store, and he'd sell them. He could sell them, at least through using his store. And so the owner invited Bill, after seeing his paintings, to set up an easel in front of his store. And I'm sure Bill had talked to him and explained to him that he could paint pretty fast. And so the owner says, "Hey, do some demonstrations at our store. You can both drum up business for me and, sell paintings and have an establishment without having to pay rent or whatever." And this was apparently Bill's first introduction to painting in public for a crowd. And this would be something Bob would eventually follow in the footsteps on, working. Bob left the military and worked for Bill, as we will shortly find out. But this was how Bill got his feet wet, and got into being able to really support him and his family for the next 20 years at this point. So as he traveled across Canada, gaining more and more traction, doing the same thing at shopping malls and demonstrations, any place, art stores, places he could find, he would develop a way of getting quicker and more efficient and making larger paintings. And he used progressively larger brushes until he got to have a 2-inch brush, like he taught Bob to do. Bob and him would become famous for using big brushes, big palettes, pretty big canvases. Started perfecting the alla prima, the first attempt, the wet-on-wet technique that allows you to finish a completed painting. You can always go back after it dries and touch it up later, but you can finish the bulk of a painting and make it good enough to pass as a completed, competent painting in 30 minutes, as Bill and eventually Bob would do on their shows. And this is a 500-year-old technique, of course, but Bill took the technique to yet another level. Bill's first and major innovation was to slick the canvas to be able to blend the colors on the canvas rather than on the palette and making the perfect colors and then applying it layer by layer. And he called this, and the big brush and the larger canvas made this easy, and he called this mixture Magic White, and that was his base layer. And we can see his advertisement. Bill W. Wilhelm Alexander's Magic White #1, invented and successfully used by the title he gave himself, the old master painter from the faraway hills. Really kind of a fantasy Lord of the Rings vibe to it. I bet that sold. His he had 3 major innovations: the Magic White, using very thick paints like Bob, of course, having copied Bill's method, always promoted, saying that you can't blend, the paints will just smear and it'll all blend together into just a big, they won't have clear, distinct lines if you already have a layer of wet paint and you put real thin paint on that. It's just going to blend like watercolors probably. And so you have to use thick paint. That's the second innovation on top of the first innovation, magic white. And the third innovation was using big tools and a unique palette knife that Bill, being a handyman himself, was able to craft on his bench grinder and shape. So that was out throughout the 40s and 50s. Bill was just traveling, trying to work on his business model, and in the 60s he was able to open an art school, and make a name for himself while also traveling and promoting his teachings all throughout the country. There's a lot more to his story, but this isn't the Bill Alexander story. This is about Bob, and Bill had a lot of hard times. He was broke most of those years, and he got very, down about that. He took in, let's see, a couple of the interesting little anecdotes. He ended up divorcing his first wife, Marguerite, and married another woman named Marguerite also. They bought a Volkswagen bus, and it had really big windows, so he would just tape his windows up tape the paintings up into his windows, and they were acted like little display cases. It was like a mobile display case. And Bill eventually found himself traveling up and down the west coast of both the U.S. and Canada, and that was California, Washington, which ended up being the very area Bob met Bill. They took in a 17-year-old off the streets, but that ended very unfortunately, and Bill tried to teach him to paint, and that didn't work out for the guy, apparently. But, that showed you what kind of guy Bill was. He was always trying to see the best in people and help people, and he used painting as a way of teaching people the power that they had within them. Yeah, there were several stories about Bill, the Volkswagen breaking down, and he would have to sell a painting. He would have, a couple paintings and just have to sell them on the spot to make enough money to be able to pay for the repairs. Bill and Marguerite traveled back and forth across America when they were living in Los Angeles and Canada. Bill loved being outdoors. He had an affinity with Mother Nature, as we talked about. And he loved America, the Americas, North America, and the vastness and grandeur of the country. There was nothing like this in Europe anymore, because it had been civilized, domesticated for thousands of years now. So America to Bill was like a big park. Her mighty snow-capped mountains and miles of solitary desert captivated him. The vast stretches of green land made Bill feel that Mother Nature was always at work. So Bill obviously equated nature with freedom and a blank canvas for him to be creative and with. And Bill, he finds TV after about 20 years of roaming across Canada in the western United States with his second wife, using their Volkswagen as a home, studio, gallery. He always felt, and he kind of was, destitute. And Los Angeles was a major stop for Bill, and he hired a manager at one point to help mediate selling of his paintings, and the manager was always keeping an eye out for TV spots and other ways he could promote Bill and his paintings in his art school that he had going on. And it turns out that in 1973, a game show of sorts called Dialing for Dollars was on a local TV station in Los Angeles. And this was the show that Bill, created. He was on there as a gimmick as a fast painter. Yeah, the audience phoned in while there was different acts, and Bill was one of those acts. And like we said, it didn't lead anywhere immediately, but not too long after, in the fall of that same year, 1973, the station KOCE, the PBS station in Los Angeles, said that the station was looking for something different in educational programming. Seems like that's something that's gone by the wayside these days. But they thought that they might. So the manager got him basically a tryout, a interview, and he had to demonstrate himself in his painting to the producers, and the magic of oil painting was born shortly thereafter. I have an article here from a magazine in the 80s talking about Bill. Drew an estimated 250,000 viewers. He's fun to watch. He's a character, said one of the guys talking about Bill. And they have an enormous audience in Chicago. And they said, their viewers might be initially put off by Bill's thick German accent, sometimes awkward manner on TV, which, don't blame him, I would definitely be the same. But the minute he picks up a paintbrush and he starts to become very dynamic, he pulls you in, and one forgives any moment of awkwardness. And that's when the magic starts to happen, is watching him paint in 30 minutes. From a blank canvas to a finished landscape painting. And they said here, a very important influence on Bob was pointed out here by another quote about Bill. Says, what he's doing is painting, but he's also selling a philosophy of life. And his philosophy is, don't be afraid to try new and different things. He inspires that drive to, I gotta pick it up. To do it. That's what his mystique is. And I like the flack, the doubt in Bill's, in the success of, and the demand for what Bill was doing. And ultimately Bob, of course, one of the producers, admittedly said that he doubted it would be successful. He's like, you gotta be kidding me, you don't expect us to run that. And then later on in life, Bill reflected about how he almost gave up painting because it was so difficult to, get by and make a living at it. And now in just a few short years, he was teaching millions of people to paint, all through the magic of television. His fans continued to write and ask for techniques, Many more wrote to ask Bill about his creative power, the happiness and joy of painting, and his philosophy of life. That might have been a dig, because this was on Bill's website at Bob, and they're later falling out. But Bill, just like Bob, Bill was, before him, truly believed that if everyone painted, the world would be more peaceful. There would be more beauty in the world. As we can see through that brief little tour through Bill's life, there is a major overlap in the upbringing, the environment, the life experiences, and the philosophy that comes with those similarities that between Bob and Bill. So it's not any surprise that they hit it off, and they, William Bill Alexander took a liking to Bob when John Tham introduced Bob in the late 70s. So that was Bill Alexander. Like I said, it helps you understand what it was, what it would take, maybe what experiences would lead to someone being so passionate about painting and sharing and teaching painting, even though they weren't technically professional painters for so long. Bill was doing a lot of odd jobs and working regular jobs to support his painting before it became for at least a decade, when he first moved into Canada, before it became a real career and something he was able to support his family and wife and daughter on with. But now we go back to Bob. Bob was 15 years into what would eventually be a 20-year career, and Steve, in the documentary, his son, said how often he, found solace and pursued painting all the time in all his free time, which wasn't that much, like we said. Bob said, I took one class and I went crazy. I knew this was what I wanted to do. So you could tell he was rapt by Bill and what Bill was doing. And throughout the last 2 to 3 years of Bob's career, he stayed in touch with Bill, and he was offered a job by Bill and to be an instructor.
I saw Alexander on television, and like millions of other people, I fell in love with him. And it took me about a year to find him. I studied with Bill.
Once he was out of the service.
And when I retired from the military, they offered me a position with a magic art company as a traveling art instructor.
And in 1981, after hitting the 20-year mark, probably not a day longer than it took to secure a nice pension from the military, they do have time constraints, Bob retired and hung up his little soldier hat for good. And it's at this point that, well past the middle of Bob's short life, with a fair retirement income to support Jane and Steve back home now, he'd been divorced and married Jane in the meantime. I think he married his second wife, Jane, in 1977. It was now that Bob retired, climbed out on a limb in search of that proverbial fruit. And it's this here that is the next chapter of his life, where Bob really branched out, took a risk, a financial one, and a existential one. I mean, he was always a painter, but he was a military man, and that was a big part of his identity. So if he would have failed as a painter, I'm sure he would have felt pretty discouraged about that.
Painting should always be fun. Should make you happy. That's when you're truly an artist. For so many years, painting had got to where it wasn't fun anymore. It became work. Until I had the opportunity to study with Bill and learn this fantastic technique. And he made it fun again for me.
So Bob knew he needed to take this seriously, and if he was going to do it, his wife, Jane, he promised her that he either was going to succeed and work for Bill and, make this happen and maybe start his own venture. Maybe he always had that in mind. It's not clear. Or he was going to come home, and he promised her that he would, do his, come home and be a good domestic husband and father if it didn't pan out. And he would just take up a job to supplement his income around the house. And so we begin the most meaningful chapter of Bob's life, as he put it. So, by the late 70s, Bill, starting his show in 73, 74, by the late 70s, he was 6 years into it, that had greatly expanded his reach as an art instructor, and he had a small empire. It was a budding empire from his television fame, and Bill had gone from one-off workshops and small-scale painting exhibitions at malls and stores to having an entire traveling demonstration circuit, complete with his own set of certified Alexander Technique instructors and paint supplies. And Alston Ramsey, in his Daily Beast article, makes a cool juxtaposition. It's a fun contrast, compare and contrast between Bob. He says Bob was a tall, lanky American, all-American, red-blooded military man who drove fast cars, compared to Bob's, slow putzing around in the, clanky Volkswagen bus. Loved fast women, drank scotch on the rocks, smoked Marlboro Reds. He was a laser-focused, detailed-oriented, ex-military man driven to excel. Bill, on the other hand, was a short, stocky German immigrant with a neck like a linebacker's, fingers like sausages. This is all Alston Ramsey here. And about as much energy as the sun. It's beautifully descriptive because it's so true. Everything Bill says, and I'm sure I've put a couple in here by now, is powerful, loud, boisterous, humble, but energetic, really energetic. But he was incredibly warm, gave out hugs like candy, and was often generous to a fault. And that might have been his fault, his generosity that he showed Bob and the Kowalskis. One poetic aspect of a phrase Bob would come to use from Bill is the connection between, in painting you can't have light without the dark, and they rely on each other. And just like in life, you can't, he thought, recognize the good times unless you had a little sorrow, a little grief to contrast those against. And it was poetic because there was a lot of tragedy in Bob's life, and Bill's too, as we saw. But there is another aspect of Bob's life that I actually hadn't thought of, is how far north Fairbanks, Alaska was.
If you've never been to Alaska, You're to go see it. It's almost unreal. I was born and raised in Florida, and I was almost 20 years old before I ever saw snow.
And how short the days are, how long the summer days are, but how short the winter days are up in Alaska there, that far north in Alaska especially. I looked it up, and in the dead of winter, Bob was sent in the dead of winter as a rookie officer who, he was young, but he grew up in Florida, where here, I think the sun sets earliest is like maybe with daylight savings time, maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock in, peak winter solstice, December 23rd or something like that. Bob was sent up there where the daylight lasts less than 4 hours. 4-hour days, 20-hour nights.
And my favorite uncle, Uncle Sam, he sent me up there in January. Thought that would be funny. It was funny.
He'd never seen snow. Even in Orlando, it's a little north of me, you don't get much more than a frost, even on the coldest winter mornings. And he had a little anecdote where he slipped and fell and busted his butt. I'll probably put this here.
I got off the plane. The first thing I did was stepped on the ice and fell on my bottom because I didn't know how to walk on ice. Now I'm taking some liquid white and going right into titanium white.
Dealt with that for 12 of his 20 years. He was up north in Fairbanks. And now, 20 years later, he was almost like Odysseus, returning back to civilian life, into the light, metaphorically and literally, where he was about to begin a new adventure that would become the highlight of his whole life. Bob began working for Bill, and he began as a grunt. He traveled the circuit, which I'm sure was tiresome. It was probably not easy work. Despite being Bill's star pupil, apparently, the lessons he managed to arrange barely covered the bills. In the first few years after he quit the military and joined up in Bill's adventure, it was just relentless touring around the country, barely making ends meet. And Bob was on the road up to 8 months a year. That's a long time, 8 months a year. He'd show up at cheap hotel ballrooms, Ramsey says, or a church or a civic center or one of the countless mom and pop shops that dotted the nation, days before our current, conglomerates like Michael's and Hobby Lobby. But Bob, again, he had a disciplined, hardworking military background. He knew how to see things through and make calculated risks. And he'd worked his way up in the military on these characteristics. He'd been able to manage logistics and especially be able to command a trust and a loyalty from those under him, probably through being very personable. Maybe he yelled a lot, that's part of the name of the game in the military. It's just part of the occupation. But I'm sure he kept those around him goal-oriented, optimistic, buoyant, focused. And it really, given all this, it didn't seem in Bob's nature to fail. And he was dead set on him and his family making this a successful venture. In the book, page 21 in the book here. They talk about how committed Bob and his family were to doing this. said Bob and Jane actually traveled to Oregon and were living in a motorhome so that Bob could study with Bill. This must have been right after he quit. There's one point here where I think where is it? Well, that at one point Jane invited her niece to live with them and help run the business. 2 years into the joy of painting, Jane and Steve moved from their permanent home in Alaska to Kentucky, eventually moving in with the Kowalskis for a short time, as Steve talked about in the documentary, to save money and run the business out of their home. And so Jane was an important part of the enterprise that would become Bob Ross Incorporated. And I think just what they said here, Bob's family life at this time was consumed by making the business work. So this wasn't just a lighthearted, thoughtless adventure. Bob was trying his hardest to really make a profitable business model, and one that would be successful and be able to provide for his family. And he did. But he also put in the work it took to get there. So even though he did use a lot of Bill's techniques and tools and his general business model, I don't think it would have worked without Bob's dedication, without Bob's sense of commitment to making it work. Bob grew an audience, following within Bill's company. Bob, his own teaching style was what he was honing his own teaching style, which was his relaxed style was a departure from Bill's, famous bombastic gusto that, as Ramsey put, felt like encouragement by sheer brute force. Bill expected his apprentices to use the same language and style, but I'm sure there was a slow rupture between them as they had differing outlooks on what was successful and how to approach and teach and present themselves. We could see here we got Bill's aggressive clouds.
Dab it into the inside, you see? There you are. You have two happy clouds, and there's other happy cloud, and there's other happy cloud. There you are, you see? Error! And talk to yourself. Tell yourself you are wonderful.
And then we compare that to Bob's style, his gentle clouds.
Let's make some big old fluffy clouds that live up here in the sky. Tiny little circles. Tiniest little circles. There we go.
And so we compare, we can see Bob, probably hone this over hundreds of classes. I'm sure he taught over the couple years before he started Joy of Painting. And Bill seemed to actually outright dislike speaking softly. He'd catch himself being too calm sometimes and interject more energy. It was almost comical the way he did it. And then towards the end there, I felt like there was an episode I caught that Bill, it was after the rift, and I'm sure Bill was saying, he was making a thinly disguised critique of how Bob taught and how he portrayed himself.
I can do it the other way around. I could say, oh, here's a lousy painting, I put the lousy cloud on there, and I fiddle around and noodle around, and oh, I hate that. Oh, he would say, hey, are you still sleeping? Can't you wake up? What's wrong with you? Okay.
Bill's nickname before Bob became the Happy Painter, it was, Bob, took that from Bill. Bill was the Happy Painter, and Bob billed himself as the Happy Alaskan, while he was under Bob's mentorship. And, they were both, they had a lot of features in common, as we can tell. But, Bob, I don't think, ripped Bill off wholesale. I think Bob, the reason he was able to so successfully take what Bill had done and accelerate it and improve upon it in such a successful way was that he had these intrinsic qualities about him already before meeting Bill and even hearing about Bill, that just allowed him to be a successful guy and take a somewhat successful business model that Bill had and just accelerate it into the, launch it into the stratosphere. Even in the first episode of season 2, season 2 was the first season that they started in Muncie, Indiana. The first season, like I said, was not so well produced, and so it got buried, and now it's on YouTube, though, on Bob Ross's channel. And Bill was mentioned in the first episode.
This is a fantastic method of painting where we use a wet-on-wet technique. And before I go far into the show, I'd like to take a few minutes and make a dedication.
And Bob gave due credit to Bill and showed his respects, because even then, the first couple seasons, first 7 seasons, first couple years, Bob was still working for Bill, selling his own paint supplies.
I would like to dedicate this show to my beloved friend and teacher, whom we've all watched and loved for many years on public television, Bill Alexander.
And he wanted to make a point to praise Bill as a mentor and friend, and who had been such an instrumental figure, and who, as Austin Ramsey says, in allowing Bob opening the doors for Bob to start a show and give him the opportunity to become who he was.
And years ago, Bill taught me this fantastic technique, and I feel as though he gave me a precious gift, and I'd like to share that gift with you.
Bob's health starts becoming a factor at this point. I really wonder if Bob's soft-spoken style... So my mom has migraines, and she suffers from them multiple times a month, and she's out for a day or two at a time. I really can't imagine what that's like. I'm fortunate that I don't, but apparently Bob did. And I know when you're suffering like that, you want to minimize the stimulation. You want to black out the blinds, no light, no minimal sound, maybe even, put headphones in. And I really wonder, I haven't found any hard evidence. Alexander Cruz, who I talked to, a former student, didn't really have anything to add to that. He thought it was just Bob's personality. But the fact that Bob, see in page 28 here, see, he had reoccurring health issues, and headaches were just one of them. He had reoccurring lymphoma here. It says, so in 92, 93, he was re-diagnosed with lymphoma again. But it said here that he'd received an original diagnosis. Let me put it up there. An original diagnosis long before, quote, long before the joy of painting even began. And the illness had been in remission for years. It returned, though, as Bob neared 50. And I wondered how much of a factor that played in how Bob presented himself and how he, his actual teaching style and also personality outside the offset and outside the classroom too. Because I'm sure if you get headaches, you don't want to be loud and bombastic like Bill was. And maybe that just carried over into his teaching, and in the documentary they say that the main cause of him doing that was, reason for it was because he thought that that's what his audience, being primarily female, was most, attracted and receptive to. And that, I think, could be, another motivation for him doing that. It could have been just a compound motivation there. So, at this point, the Kowalskis enter the picture, because Bob, from about 81, well, really, it was a pretty quick turn of events. From Bob exiting the military in 81, he joined in 61 at 18, retired at a at a young age, which was awesome for him. 38, but he had put in 20 years by the time he was only 38 years old. So that's maybe a lesson for any of us. Not me anymore, I guess. Any younger late teenagers, any younger people watching this wondering what they want to do. If you start something at 18, you can put in 20 years. And if it's a career with a pension, you can have a nice pension by the time you're 40, which, trust me, being in my early 30s now, it comes up quicker than you think. So, pretty awesome for Bob to be able to have that pension and already be successfully well into his art career with Bill by the time he was not even 40. 81, from 81 to 82 was when he was touring with Bill. And it was in one of those classes in Florida that Annette's husband, Walt, had driven her down to attend.
I feel young again. Thank you so much for watching me. Bye-bye.
So they tell the story in the Netflix documentary, I believe, but apparently their oldest child, Annette and Walt's oldest child, died in a car crash. Annette was, of course, devastated, as any mother would be, and Walt was apparently a very doting husband to his wife, and he drove 12 plus 16 hours maybe down to Clearwater around Tampa on the west coast of Florida, and actually, here you go, I already got it brought up. They were up in Virginia all the way down to Clearwater, Florida there. Anyways, quite a big trip just to take an art class for a couple days. But Walt and Annette said they drove 1,000 miles. Precipitated the beginning of Bob Ross Incorporated. And Annette said she signed up for a 5-day seminar, but saw something special in Bob right away. I couldn't believe what I saw. People were mesmerized by him, and she said she didn't even paint. She ended up just following him around, watching him interact with people. And I was mesmerized too. I just thought, man, he really knows how to woo people, I think. And then her famous saying was, let's put it in a bottle and sell it. And that's exactly what they did. They proposed. They took him out to a burger joint, both of them, on the last day of class. And she said, you know, Bob, it's a shame I had to drive 1,500 miles to take this class. Would you mind, would you be open to coming to Washington, D.C. area, Virginia, D.C.? And Bob apparently agreed. And they struck a handshake deal right then and there. Bob would teach the classes, obviously, and Annette and Walt, mostly Annette, would be effectively be Bob's manager, being in charge of orchestrating and setting up the classes. And in turn, they dipped their hands in the business model that Bill had already established, that Bob was currently doing for Bill, which was you teach the class, and that's a fee, but you also sell the paint supplies with which you taught the class at the end of class. And from the tools, the brushes, the paints, the canvas, the magic white, and that was Annette's business model. So it's from this point on that we can see Bill slowly exited the picture. It was not for a couple years, probably around 84, 85, when four of them, Bob, Jane, and then Annette and Walt, all four became equal partners in Bob Ross Incorporated when they started a couple years later, after being successful enough at selling the paints and scheduling classes. Joan said, this wasn't anything new for Annette and Walt. They clearly had always, although Walt was a CIA, not agent, but he worked for the CIA, and they always had a couple kids, I guess 5 or 6 kids, and they had an entrepreneur streak in them, and they were always trying to start businesses. And Joan, the current owner and president of Bob Ross Incorporated, said that they'd perpetually been in motion with various side hustles to augment Walt's salary, and to be able to, send their kids to college. She came home from college one Thanksgiving or something like that, and found the tablecloth completely covered with supplies, crammed into the family's dining room. So, the Kowalskis began managing the finances of Bob in the company. And Annette, in the letter to her, to begin the book that she wrote, The Best of Joy of Painting, as an introduction, says, I traveled with Bob for many years, and I, recognized he had something special right away. And she saw the deeper meaning in it, and she saw the value he was bringing in, the effectiveness, the giving people purpose, whether, helping all sorts of people, grandmothers, the timid, people, she lists people with, particular ailments that Bob helped, who had a stroke or poor eyesight, or overweight, crippled, and says, as the joy of painting was born, so was the joy of Bob Ross. It's a vehicle to enrich your life. Bob gives you desire, motivation, accomplishment, confidence, and self-worth. And consider this book a guide to putting your dreams on canvas. And we'll be going into this more, and part 3 is essentially this is a build-up for all these are little teasers I'm dropping in about how we can really view what Bob was doing and the actual impact he did and the legacy that he was carrying on from previous generations of painters and thinkers. And Bob was well aware that this was a means of expression, painting, and it encompassed a philosophy of life. When you paint, it's essentially his idea, and to me it's sound, is that to paint you have to have a vision and you execute that vision. And painting is essentially, and that's the way it is in life too, in anything you do, you have to have a vision, you have to visualize it, and in order to be effective in the world and to do anything successfully, you have to be able to clearly visualize it. I remember Jim Carrey, he's a famous example of someone who promotes it because he lived it. He said, I think when he was destitute, completely, his whole family was broke, and he was Canadian. He was in, I think, in LA or something, and he was on top of drove after a stand-up gig early on in his career and wrote himself like $1 million check, I think was his famous story. You guys have all probably heard this, but for those who haven't, it's a really interesting story of the origins of, or really the effectiveness of motivation and challenging yourself and having a vision that you want so bad that you know you will see through. Clearly visualizing and seeing what it is that you want, and it helps you make it more easy and more accessible to make the intermediate steps clearer in your head in order to be able to achieve that. And Jim Carrey wrote himself $1 million check when he was dirt broke, and said he gave himself something like 5 years or so to be able to actually cash that check. And what he did was carry that check around with him that whole time, and eventually apparently cashed it one day when he had earned enough. He was able to cash that $1 million check. And he explicitly talks about being able to visualize success, and that was his conduit, that was his career, was, comedy and stand-up and being a comedy actor. And Bob's was being a teacher, and a paint teacher, and someone who used painting as a way to exercise the imagination of those he taught. And Walt being the even more behind the scenes. If Annette was his manager, Walt was almost the manager of maybe the orchestrator of some of the more really behind the scenes business deals, more the legal end, and some of the business moves. And one that was very fateful was his idea to ask Bill as a favor to air this commercial spot, and they eventually did it twice. So at least in '84, Bill was still on good terms with Bob, and it probably soon after that, that's when they really separated. And what happened was Bill was, of course, making profit off of all the paint supplies in the classes Bob and Annette were teaching and selling. And Walt and Annette came up with ways to get more exposure for the classes that they were booking all along the East Coast. And, the documentary paints them as very greedy, and I think they were. It doesn't look good for them. But what they did do was they fronted a lot. Apparently they mortgaged their entire house. They mortgaged their house to fund aspects of the business, and the how-to books, the first books, were a part of that, because it cost something like $30,000 to create a how-to book, and they fronted the money to be able to do that, and it paid off for them in the long run. But they also took out newspaper and television ads. They what else did they do? They funded a hotline so that people could call and have constant access to ask where classes would be, and that cost a lot of money. And Walt geniusly tracked where Bill's program was most popular, and apparently that was near Muncie, Indiana, and Chicago in the Midwest. That was Bill's largest following. And they asked Bill, who was of course generous and happy to help, if he would film a TV spot that I'm sure Walt and Annette had contrived, where Bill metaphorically and literally handed over the paintbrush to Bob. And this was hugely effective in, of course, gaining any audience that was loyal to Bill, knowing that they had Bob had gained Bill's personal approval and was his official successor. And they did this in 1982. They did it again in 84, and that was really when Bill's show, I think, ended in 82, I guess. Bill ended up having to do other paint shows because I think he felt that Bob would stay with him forever. But in 84, maybe it was 85, shortly after doing that segment with Bob and Bill, the Kowalskis and the Rosses would, like I said, establish Bob Ross Incorporated. And that would be a pretty big departure from Bill, and they would start making their own paint supplies, copying Bill, making thick paints, making the magic white instead, calling it liquid white, which is what Bob did around season 7. While doing this commercial, nope, I didn't skip too much there. Maybe I did. But there was within a year or so, it was a successive series of events that really showed that the Kowalskis and the Rosses, we already talked about, they both meant business. They were in it to really try to make money.
But it is a nice way to put a happy buck in your pocket. And to make good things happen in your heart.
And I'm sure not being their own, having to be a middleman for Bill was, of course, not the most financially savvy thing to do. And I think Bill knew that, and I'm sure he understood, and there's even comments that I showed in part 1 that suggest that Bill even encouraged Bob to start his own line of products and company. But maybe Bill didn't realize how much that would hurt his own business model. And I'm sure it did, because Bob, after his first season, kind of, sorry, that's Ernie, getting comfy. It did okay, but the second season, when they upped the production value, and they filmed it and based it in Muncie, Indiana, which was the heart of the Midwest, where Bill's audience was largest. He had the most demand. Of course, Bob started having the most demand too, and within a couple years, I mean, I'm sure it was less than that, within 2 years, I'm sure, Bob accelerated from 20 to 40 to 80, exponential exposure on PBS stations all across the nation. And with that, of course, comes Bob's success of Bob's more and more classes, more paints and supplies sold as well. With TV, that 1982 commercial initially needed, I guess they filmed it probably on their own with their own equipment, and then to be able to pay for and put it on actual television, on smartly and very intelligently, on both sides of Bill's show, they were able to show a commercial. And this was an unusual thing, but PBS, being largely government funded, doesn't normally do commercials on PBS, but they were trying out. I think they had lost funding around that time, and they had a severe deficit, and it was actually probably around the time we're going to might see a testimony. I might not have put that in, but Fred Rogers went before Congress to testify how important his show and other children's educational programmings and educational programming in general was, how much of a service, how beneficial it was, even if there wasn't immediate financial rewards, incentives there, how educating the general public, and of course the children in particular, how important that is for developing healthy individuals, who then in turn, of course, create a healthy society. One of the aspects we will be talking about in part 3. This was interestingly the same time as that, when funding in general, the government was short funded in general at that time, short on funding, and they were pulling funding from all sorts of things they deemed not necessary or essential. And Fred Rogers famously got $20 million budget increase for PBS because of his powerful testimony.
Very concerned that our society is much more interested in information than wonder, in noise rather than silence. How do we encourage reflection?
So they made a lot of smart business moves, and Bob got exposure, and during that, I think it was during filming that commercial, was just a way initially for Bob and Annette to be able to get more classes filled. And it appears that they weren't actively seeking out to start a painting program of their own, but when they took it to a local PBS station near in Virginia, to get converted to be able to be on the proper format, to be run on the TV equipment, run the commercial on TV station equipment. One of the PBS managers there, or producers, saw the tape and was impressed and suggested somehow that they try to do a series. Of course, they already had Bill as a blueprint, didn't have to really reinvent the wheel there. But there was just bad sound, pipes creaking. Apparently the station failed to follow up on their end of the bargain and create intro and outro credit scenes. So it was just a bare bones. It probably cut right to Bob, who was, of course, green, wet behind the ears as far as being a TV show host. Even though he'd gotten his, earned his stripes on the road for a couple years at that point, teaching, it's still a different thing talking into a screen. It definitely is weird. I can only imagine if I had other people around me looking at me and critiquing everything I was doing here, I probably would have quit this long ago. This series got him, of course, up and running with the idea to do the joy of painting, but it ultimately, the relationship with them, for pretty much those reasons, dissolved. They just clearly weren't the smartest PBS station for them to choose to be based out of. And they toured for another year or so until they found Muncie, Indiana. And this is where the magazine has a fills us in with the station manager, Jim Needham, who remembers Bob showing up in '83, the winter of '83, to pitch The Joy of Painting. This would have been, they already would have had Virginia season 1 under their belt, and they were in town to promote a painting class, of course. Probably bought a couple ads in the papers and stopped by the PBS station, say, hey, will you run our commercial with Bill Alexander on it? And they said, hey, well, it just happened that a committee in Congress recently allowed for 10 stations in the nation to sell commercials, and they were one of them. And so Bob and Annette bought a commercial spot right outside of Bill's show. It went extremely well, and Jim described Bob as just having an easygoing charm with an utter lack of pretense. And we saw him, Larry Dyer, a program manager there, I guess. So Jim was the station manager. Larry Dyer said, the program manager says, we saw him complete a painting in 26 minutes and 46 seconds. And he said, my goodness, well, how many of these can you do? And Bob said, how many do you want? So how many do you want to do? They apparently produced him for $1,000 an episode. Seems like a lot, but I'm sure they cost the crew, the editing, all the time it takes. The facilities can't be used for anything else during the shooting, so you're renting out the facility. Says the series was picked up by around 40 other PBS stations right away, a modest but successful showing, but momentum came quickly. WIPB, the station in Muncie. So the station in Muncie, it was a small studio that apparently, quote, bore little resemblance to a real TV studio. I guess it was a adapted house. But Needham's station was adept at doing a lot with little. In 3 days, the content had been turned into 13 episodes of Series 2 and was offered by satellite to other... Sorry, that's Ernie again, guys. I need to get him a carpet to lay on, maybe, and it'll be a little quieter. Was offered by satellite to other PBS stations. And Needham made a deal with Annette and Bob, saying that if 25 outlets picked up the show, they would do a second series, which would be season 3. And Needham says they got 30 stations initially. And then from there, the next series was 60, third about 100, and then he says it just took off from there, because there's a total of about 300 to 400 stations across the whole U.S. So you can imagine it was only a few years before they reached most of their stations. And Ramsey, in his Daily Beast article, says that, there may not, and he, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, he interviewed dozens of people who personally knew Bob and Annette, and knew what happened. And he says there might not have been a single moment when Bob pivoted from his role as an apprentice to becoming his own master. It was more likely just a slow burn as opportunities opened and doors opened and opportunities came about. So, 83, they shot their episode in Muncie, their season, which only took 3 days to shoot. It's amazing the output they did. Every season you watch, it's funny, Bob will slip a little bit. At the end of some episodes, he'll say, he's like, all right, well, we just did that one. He's like, I hope you guys are, feeling proud and feeling accomplished and ready to do another painting in just a few short minutes. And you can kind of tell he just kind of rolls with it pretty seamlessly. But he knows you're not going to just go right into another painting. But he was about to. 84, the next year, that's when the opportunities we're talking about start unfolding. The magazine on page 21. Annette says she mortgaged Walt and her mortgaged their house for $30,000. WV&C. So I guess this was Virginia. After season 1, before they started the Muncie, they had the idea to do an accompanying instructional booklet, which I'm sure Bill had done. Another thing they took an idea they took from Bill. And so they fronted a ton of money. They clearly didn't have $30,000 just laying around. And that's why the Kowalskis and the Rosses were equal business partners. Because although Bob was the talent, he was the star of the show, I'm sure, he was the ideas for the paintings, I'm sure, mostly came from him. He didn't have the business sense and probably didn't want to make the business deals and all the other headaches that come with starting your own line of products and paint supplies, scheduling the classes. You have to plan those out in months, if not a year in advance. And so I'm sure at that point he was more than happy to let the Kowalskis take 50% ownership collectively, and he and his wife collectively took 50% ownership in 85 when they started their business. So 82, they start their first season, and take out a very risky financial debt to pay for things like their own how-to books, and probably buying a bunch of paint supplies from Bill in bulk and then selling them and keeping the profit after that. 83, they start season 2, and they start probably doing more books, more classes. They probably have a larger demand from that exposure that they got. 84 continues, accelerating now. And this paid off for them. They eventually would sell millions of books. And Dennis Kapp, the CEO of the Martin F. Weber Company, whose son would later be featured in the Netflix documentary Who Would Team Up with Steve Ross to Sue the Kowalskis and Bob Ross Incorporated for trademark infringement using Bob's name and likeness. Dennis Cap, but he poached Bob, basically. Not poached, but yeah, I guess that is the word. He approached Bob at a convention and said, "Hey, listen, you're the perfect guy. You're exactly the face I would love to make a line of products around." And he had his own aesthetic of happy art, perfectly aligned with Bob and his image. And they're at a trade show, and apparently they made a deal right then and there. And unfortunately, Bill was getting slowly and then increasingly quickly swept aside by Bob being able to now have access to the Kowalskis, pretty ruthless, as we'll find out from numerous testimonies, ruthless business practices, and now this major art supply making paints and paint products for Bob. It's just like he's taken off. The doors are opening, he's walking right through, and he's having burgeoning success. Bill Alexander had demonstrated to him how to construct a successful business model of face-to-face teaching, coupled with books, art supplies, and a television show. Bob and BRI copied, but sophisticated the approach. And in 1985, the die was finally cast. Bob and Jane Ross, Annette and Walt Kowalski officially filed incorporation papers in Virginia for Bob Ross Incorporated. And at that point, 85, that was probably around season 7 when we see that season 6 to season 7 transition of Bob subtly not making a big deal about it, just calling Magic White Liquid White now. And probably not saying the word almighty as much, but he still kept saying happy and this and that.
And on behalf of all of us here, we wish you the absolute best that life has to offer. Once again, have a super day. God bless. We look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye.
And a close friend of Bill's, Robert Warren, says he recalled he must have been with him in the exact moment Bill found out that Bob had struck out on his own. So although it was probably a long, trip to get to this point for the Rosses and the Kowalskis, for Bill it was apparently out of left field, and he says it was horrible. Robert Warren says, who's also a PBS painter himself, says it was horrible, heartbreaking. It was like he lost a son, and it broke Bill's heart. He never spoke to Bob again. And I think, I've tried to make this case already, but I think it was inevitable that would have happened. Bob was industrious. He produced over 30,000 paintings from over his life. He was already experienced. He was already older, seasoned. He already had the motivation of being someone who was in the middle of his life, not young, not in the prime of his life necessarily. He didn't have time, and he knew he had a clear vision. He had more efficacy in enacting that vision. He had already made cultivated his own talent and passion over years. It wasn't like he was just getting into painting. He was just adapting to Bill's style of painting, and he saw how great and how useful it was to continue doing the things he was already kind of doing. He was already interested in teaching others, and he had been doing demonstrations for years, as we said, when he first got into the military. And he really, of course, was financially motivated. He wasn't trying to just be he makes multiple references to being a starving artist, and choosing whether or not you want to be a starving artist or you want to try to use this technique to make paintings a little quicker, even if they aren't as thorough and fine art as they could be, because you're able to turn them over and make more and sell more, and therefore be able to eat, proverbially.
You have to make a decision whether you want to be a traditional artist or an artist that eats regular.
And of course, Bob, being from the military, working his way up the ladder, he knew a thing or two about being a subordinate, and I'm sure he was kind of sick of that by this point in his life. I mean, you don't generally get into business with the idea that you're just going to be someone's right-hand man, making money for someone else your whole life. You ultimately want to. He'd made it this far, and he had a track record, like we saw, of reaching out, going to classes, meeting new people, traveling. He wasn't just going to stay under Bill's tutelage for the remainder of his life. So I think it was inevitable. I think he was fair in doing so. He gave proper homage to Bill, and I don't think it was unjust and unfair. But I do, as we're talking, entering into the realm, the phase of Bob's successful career with Joy of Painting, from his run from 82 until his death in 1995, we're going to be seeing the slow, gradual, just departure, the rupture, the estrangement of the eventual estrangement. We're going to be seeing the seeds of that. A little red flag starting to pop up between Bob and Annette and Walt. I think right off the bat, in hindsight now, there's one website, BloombergLaw.com, talks about the legal aspects of Steve's case, and how Bob probably made a bad deal right off the bat, right off the jump, saying there's some debate whether publicity rights should be transferable. In other words, if Bob signed rights to his image and likeness, his face, his voice, his appearance, his name, if he owned those rights, rather, I guess, I forget what I just said. If he owned those rights and he died, or anybody who has publicity rights, are they transferable to someone else? Can someone after your death start using your image? And this is actually a big case with the new technology of artificial intelligence, and making, not artificial intelligence, what's it called? The technology deepfake relies upon. I mean, it's something I've definitely thought about if I ever get really successful with this channel. But Carrie Fisher in the new Star Wars, after she had passed away, they used a CGI rendering of her and used voice clips, and maybe they were even fake, artificially created lines of dialogue using, blueprints from her actual voice. Is that fair for a company? Because it's not like they're doing it for, to pay her, altruistically pay her tribute. They're making money off her image. They did that with Tupac, at a concert, being a hologram, years ago, a couple years ago now, years ago. The guy in this Bloomberg Law article says, the right to assign your identity is a troubling concept. It's a gal, Mary LaFrance, of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, intellectual property law professor, says you're essentially giving your right to a corporation to do whatever they want with your likeness. And I think most scholars find that troubling. So what's the lesson in all of this after the fact here? He should have gotten legal advice from an estate planner before doing this. They said let's see. Ross apparently agreed to Bob Ross Inc.'s corporate setup, which essentially disinherited his family if a Kowalski outlived a Ross. So his major failure was to not consider that both him and his wife would die before the Kowalskis did. And they're still living. Him and his wife both died 92 and 95, leaving Steve out in the cold. So they think, LaFrance says, she thinks the fact that they established the company, giving rights to the owners, whoever outlived who, sealed the fate, made it so that Steve's case that they argue for in the Netflix documentary, didn't have any merit because it was already in writing from day one, and Bob should have consulted an estate planner before, signing his likeness and name and voice and image over to the company. And we'll get into this later with what Bob was doing to try to, rectify this and establish precedents to be able to, for his son to, after his death, fight for what he was fighting for. It strikes me, she says, as a big mistake, by the way, that the way Bob allowed the other owners of the corporation to become the owners of his shares upon his death, instead of those going to Steve. If they're the court granted summary judgment to BRI because Steve and Cap's son's company, RSR Art, did not own Bob's intellectual property rights, and because Steve, Robert's his real name, Robert and his company had filed the suit too late. Evidence showed that Bob Ross should have given his full rights of publicity and other IP or intellectual property to Bob. Showed that he had given his rights, not should have. He did give full publicity rights and intellectual property rights to BRI, Bob Ross Incorporated. And he no longer, as we'll see, he tried to write in his will that Steve had complete control over his image and his name, but that was a personal will, and it just, anything he could have done, Bob, in his lifetime, wouldn't have overridden the legal, precedence of what he'd already signed over to the owners of, whoever the majority share owners of Bob Ross Inc. were. And he couldn't have known that apparently the model they set up, and we'll get into this very shortly, was that there were 4 members, 2 Kowalskis, 2 Rosses initially, all had each 25% ownership in the company. Upon Jane's death, she died first, her shares were equally distributed among Bob, Walt, and Annette. So they own essentially a third, of each of them own a third of the company. But at that point, what that meant was whatever Annette and Walt wanted to do, they owned a majority share of the company. Bob was only a third. So you can vote legally to override the minority shareholders' opinions about how to run the company. So after Jane died, as we're going to find out, there was creative differences, whatever the case might have been. It didn't really matter what Bob wanted to do with the company from that day out, and it wasn't right away. It appears like it was only, at most 2 years before his death, because Bob, in 92 or 93, did an episode of Joy of Painting where Annette was featured on there as a painter. So he was clearly still, and he introduced her as his partner and friend. So they were clearly still very much on good terms. Anyways, for poor Bob, after the death of his wife in 92, he lost control of his company, as we're going to see. But before we get there, I wanted to elaborate on the success. We really stopped right when the Joy of Painting started to become a success. In 83 and 84, and then 85, they established the company and broke off from Bill completely into their own venture. I keep saying adventure. It sounded certainly like one of those two, but they were off and running. They were on their own trajectory and making their own decisions, having their own business, building their own empire. And this was founded upon Bob's ability to be personable and his resonance on the screen. And there's so many aspects to this that I'm going to break down. Okay. There's a lot of aspects of Bob's popularity, a lot of things that made him popular, and a lot of reasons he was already able to tap into those. I would say he was Bill's, certain aspects of Bill, the most obvious of which was Bill's bombastic, loud style, energetic style, we'll say, was something Bob noticed might have been more of a hindrance than an asset to Bill. And Bob had his own personality and life experience that he brought to his Joy of Painting show. But he knew also there was many aspects from Bill he paid attention to and gleaned from watching Bill and seeing the success of his show. In Beyond the Pale, an article from painters-online.co.uk, written in 2015, well before the documentary. He says that one thing that Bob Ross, that Alexander Bill certainly lacked, was his soft, hypnotic voice. And in time, even an appealing young man for a son, Steve. Appealing in that he was quite sly, dropping artful little double entendres into his own presentations. He was really pretty charismatic on screen, pretty clever. And even the director Rof of the Netflix documentary, claims that it wasn't the Kowalski drama, it was the relationship between Steve and Bob that he wanted to portray most importantly, and that the love and loss that is so present in the dynamic between them he says is what I hope people will connect them. And that's what the film's really about. And in the documentary, we hear, though, speaking of that, and talking for a moment about Bill's relatable, soft-spoken style, his ASMR, before ASMR was a thing, we see that he thought Bill's voice was kind of harsh. And Bob said, I talk to only one person when I'm filming. They feel like they know me, and I know them. It's a very, very intimate relationship. And, I wanted to make just quickly look at the comparison they made shortly thereafter in the documentary. They kind of segue into Bob, being a sex icon and deliberately trying to cultivate a sexual, and not sexual, but a sexiness about him, an attractiveness, a sensual side to his presentation. And they mentioned that there's the joy of cooking, and then later on there was the book The Joy of Sex, which was based on the joy of cooking. I didn't look too much into the joy of sex, but I did look into the joy of cooking because I had actually never read the book or about the book too much. I didn't know anything about it, and I was curious about why Bob chose joy, the word joy. And I'm sure a lot of it had to do with the Kowalskis saying, it's really marketable from a practical standpoint. But I'm sure Bob also had some sort of creative license and input on that title. The Joy of Cooking was, from their Wikipedia, there's a lot of comparisons, I noticed. A lot of things that Bob was clearly, this is just one of his influences, and maybe I should have put this on the third part, but Bob was tapping into something that was a clear success well before he did what he did with Joy of Painting. The Joy of Painting is one of the U.S.'s most published cookbooks. It's sold over 20 million copies since its printing in 1936. So it's been in print for almost 100 years now, almost 90 years. It was published privately at first. It's got numerous editions. It was published by Irma S. Rombauer, who lived until 1962, a homemaker in St. Louis, Missouri. After her husband's suicide the previous year, she, in 1931, she self-published The Joy of Cooking, a compilation of reliable recipes with a casual culinary chat, with more than 500 tested recipes and related commentaries. So apparently, and I'm sure this, like everything, nothing's ever new, or at least completely out of the blue. Very few things are. Everything has some sort of predecessor. but this is interesting that it was so wildly popular, and apparently 40 odd years later, right during the 70s, when Bob was just getting into this, late 70s, early 80s, the joy of cooking had a renaissance, a revival of in one of its later editions. Yeah, the 7th edition in 1975, which was unchanged for 20 years after it was published. And so it was a wild success right at the time Bob was starting his show. And the casual chat aspect was certainly a unique spin on the formal. We'll talk about it briefly. It spoke to people. It spoke to average Americans. It didn't speak to them as though they were a 5-star chef. It spoke to them like they were a neighbor, stopping by and asking how you made the recipe. The 1936, one of the first editions, differed from other commercial cookbooks of the era by its retention of the author's folksy comments and anecdotes, and its layout of the recipes. Instead of listing the ingredients for a dish at the top of the, with preparation directions following, the recipes in Joy, shortened as Joy, were presented by narratives, with the ingredients indicated. They were incorporated into a narrative in a conversational tone, with the ingredients indicated as the need for them occurred, with each placed in boldface and on a new indented line, thus preserving a conversational style throughout the recipe. And then she even cooked a lot, I'm sure. She published a book called a variation of Joy of Cooking called Streamlined Cooking, a collection that could be prepared in less than 30 minutes. Interesting connection. But this wasn't a success. It was had an emphasis on canned and frozen, not fresh foods, and but some of the recipes were peeled off and put in later editions of Joy of Cooking. She was 69, Irma Rombauer, when the 46th edition, 10 years later, of Joy was published. And her health was beginning to decline, and she apparently had, she wanted to ensure that the book remained a family project, so she negotiated with the publisher a clause in her contract naming her daughter, Marion Rombauer Becker, as her sole successor in any future revision. I thought that was relevant, given that we just talked about that. So she was, she made the right move, apparently, there, where Bob unfortunately failed to do. Here we go. So, during the mid-90s, Simon & Schuster, who owned the Joy of Cooking's copyrights, hired an influential cookbook editor. Who cares who it is? But the new edition, apparently, to write the new edition, and they cut out most of the conversational colloquialisms and tone to it. And then in 1998, so apparently they got a lot of flack and a lot of feedback. Poor sales is one form of feedback, and people weren't impressed with the lack of conversational tone. They wanted they wanted someone they wanted a relatable cookbook, They wanted communication that was speaking to them, not speaking to a culinary student. And in 1998, a few years later, they revised and they put out a perfect facsimile reproduction of the 1931 original. And this was a pretty big success, and they followed that up with going back to the more of a conversational, informal narrative in the 75th anniversary edition. Julia Child, who is another PBS legend like Bob Ross, apparently learned to cook from The Joy of Cooking. I thought that was interesting to add. And there's been a lot of other popularizations of the joy of using the formula, The Joy of, as their title, and they even name Bob's series as one of them. But so it wasn't just like, because they, in the documentary, of course they were just trying to make something interesting, and the opposite of this, I guess. Of course they were just making something interesting, but yeah, maybe it is the opposite of this, but they, I don't know, I think they could have added, thrown in a line or two about the connection, about the show and the title, because I think it's interesting for me, at least, to see things, how they connect and relate throughout history, because, like I said, ideas have a history. Things don't just come out of a vacuum. They really don't. And we're going to see that Bob was influenced, his values, and the values he continued on were part of a series of cultural ideas and movements in part 3. For as far as his health, again, I think it really contributed to his soft spoken style, to have headaches, chronic health issues, to be diagnosed with cancer. Let's see, if it was well before The Joy of Painting started in 82, maybe it was the late 70s before he even got out of the, to be conservative estimate, to not go too speculative, we could say 1980. So that means that, he had it for years by the time of his next, he'd had it for over a decade. He had known he had cancer, and he had headaches, I'm sure he had other related ailments that went along with that. And maybe that contributed, I think, to A, his style, but B, his philosophy of appreciating every moment and seeing depth in life. Because you have a deeper gratitude, undoubtedly, when you're brought into the proximity and awareness of death like that. He was really very self-aware about the sleep and what we now call ASMR aspects of his work. He said, the majority of our audience doesn't paint, has no desire to paint, will never paint. They watch it strictly for entertainment value or for relaxation. We've gotten letters from people who say they sleep better when the show's on, and that's all right. That's all right. That's fine. Far Out Magazine says, the way Ross spoke into the camera as if addressing one viewer was actually groundbreaking. It was a technique that pulled you in instantly and immersed you in Bob's world, akin to therapy. The Joy of Painting shows the positive power that TV or other forms of communication can have. They say he had a demigod-like demeanor. This points to a confidence they noticed in someone who I think is a characteristic of people who have attained expert levels of skill. He was humble enough These are all things that gave him a rapport, a positive rapport with his audience, to be able to let their guard down. Because, if you sense someone's being a little deceitful, or they're a little bit shady, or they have, just unaltruistic intentions, if they don't, if you feel like it's overwhelmingly they're just putting on a facade and trying to sell you a product, it's really hard to feel a sense of trust, which I believe is the core aspect of being able to be relaxed and have a sense of being able to drop your guard, and having being able to feel a lessening of your anxiety by watching someone. He was humble. He was able to laugh at himself. He wasn't offended by criticisms. One comedian centers his acts as a Bob Ross parody, apparently, in the 1990 Orlando article. Some find him almost slapstick because he's so overly sincere. Ross's Happy Little Trees even showed up in the Far Side comics in the 80s. He takes this all with a sense of humor, and it makes him endearing. It really does. It makes him just more relatable. It makes him easily above any criticism and mockery. In the 91 New York Times article, I'll reference once or more down the road, they say he has a soothing, sonorous voice, the oral equivalent, as in sound, equivalent of Demerol, which I guess was a type of, muscle relaxer or cough medicine or something. Helps you sleep. His hypnotic delivery and inspirational message provide balm to agitated nerves, and sometimes respite from insomnia. Side effects that have given Mr. Ross a cult-like status, as I used in part 1. It's funny, they equated him to a fad in that same article, to liquid diet weight loss programs, 24-hour wedding chapels, TV evangelism, and microwave ovens. It's funny. Provides instant gratification to his followers and satisfaction guaranteed. And he did provide satisfaction. He provided encouragement, empathy. He had a connection that all of these qualities made with his audience. In the documentary, he talks about having one of his students, a 93-year-old woman. We had one lady who was 93 when she took her first class with us. I got a letter when she was 94, and she had said she had just had her first one-man art show and started a whole new career. He had altruism. In the Orlando article from 1990, said that when regular letter writers fall out of touch, Ross writes them back to ask if they're okay, or phones them. At Christmas, he sends paintings to letter writers whose stories have touched him. Not only does he cheer them up, but he gives away paintings, most of which, as they said, go to fundraisers. At the very end of the article, they say, and slowly, after a couple hours with Ross, one begins to realize why his show succeeds. just like Fred Rogers. In a more recent article, IndianapolisMonthly.com writes, Ross could look into the camera and deeply connect with his viewers. Jim Needham said he's easy to talk to and listen to, and that comes through the camera lens. I thought this was pretty appropriate, the rare ability to be intimate without being intrusive. He was the same, and the same was true in person. He was our friend, said Needham at the studio. We looked forward to filming with him, and we commit ourselves to a week with Bob, and it was fun, and we loved it. He even talks about the Tao of Bob, talking about how he could perform essentially jiu-jitsu, no mistakes, happy accidents. You could take a smudge or a blob and turn it into something else, a puff of cabbage smoke, or transform it into a bird. And this is exactly something I'm going to point to in just a second. Another really great, really endearing anecdote of Alexander Cruz, his former student that we mentioned in part 1, who talked about Bob inviting him down to watch the rocket launch with him. Told me another anecdote about just that. Bob's ability, and as he was an actual student of Bob, his instruction about how to remedy mistakes that have been made, and that Alexander Cruz's future students were likely to make, and that was actually part of the training course for Bob Ross certified instructors, was to be able to think on the fly and be able to adapt and change and make happy accidents out of mistakes, that get made. Be able to fix a painting. And it's a cool little anecdote. I guess that's probably a great place, because I have a little section about Mr. Rogers, but that was a perfect little segue for Alexander Cruz's happy accident story, his lesson that Bob taught him. He says, when I was taking certification classes with Bob, especially on the final week, it was a 3-week course, one of those days Bob had several canvases prepared with liquid white and various colors applied with a palette knife that looked like abstract works. So I'm guessing he just had blobs and you had to kind of make something of it. And remember, this is kind of like a test. This is what Bob was. It was an example of his mastery, the master teaching the students. And it was a test, something Bob had mastered, the ability to do and recover from, and do it effortlessly too, seamlessly. And it's actually cool that I didn't realize how rigorous the teaching was from his in his classes there. The canvases were all lined up. The students came in, grabbed one, and had to turn that abstract work into a complete landscape using only the colors that were on the canvas. It was a test. And I made a landscape. We worked during the morning, and what I got, so I guess he didn't just make it a one-size-fits-all. He gave each one a unique series of abstract paintings. I made a landscape that had a forest and a pink sky. By noon, the work was almost finished, and we all went out to lunch. But Bob stayed behind to make changes to the paintings. He puts in quotes, changes to the paintings. For example, he put on more paint with a palette knife on top of what we'd already painted. And believe me, we had a lot of fun fixing that mess. No. He says he had a lot of fun making that mess. And when we arrived back from lunch, we all, had cries of astonishment and laughter, seeing all our works kind of essentially damaged. And then Bob says, now you have to fix that. And we spent the afternoon fixing the additional new mistakes. I mean, he told us, possibly a student in your classroom is going to have something like this or worse, and you should know how to correct it. And at the end of the day, around 5 in the afternoon, an employee of the establishment they were taking the class in at the time came to me and says, she really liked my work and she wanted to buy it. So Bob came to me and says, how much are you going to sell it for? And he said, I asked him, what do you think I should take for it? And he says, whatever you want. And so he said, I understood that out of respect, he didn't want to put a price on my work. I thought that $60 was, a reasonable amount. This was in the 90s, remember? Early 90s. And so anyways, she bought the painting, and as he was wrapping up, finishing it, she bought it because she saw it was almost done. He handed it over to her, and she apparently was so excited about it, she forgot it was still wet and hugged it and got it all over her. And he says, Bob and me both at the same time said, wait, no, it's don't touch it, it's still wet. But it was too late. And so what Bob did here was use that as an example, as a great lesson to teach Alexander to fix the painting that she had just messed up, because she, paid for it. And he said, Bob picked it up, put it on the easel for me, and said, now fix it like you learned today. And Bob stayed after class with him. Stayed, for another hour and a half while he fixed the painting. The woman, almost crying because of what had happened, apparently gave him $20 more, and told me she liked it better than she did before. And then Bob told him, hey, now you understand the purpose of today's class. Your painting turned out better than the first time you did it. The more you practice, the better your work will be. And Alexander says this was a lesson I never forgot. And then afterwards we went out, and Bob even invited him out to dinner, took him out to dinner. And, he says they enjoyed dinner as two good friends. And this is the Bob Ross that many people knew. He was a friend who had a passion for art, and he went out of his way to help me make this fun, and but at the same time educational for me, because he saw that I, too, shared the same passion. Alexander ends his anecdote to me saying that for me he was not only an excellent human being, an excellent teacher as well, but above all, an excellent friend. Beautiful. Pretty cool. We've made a lot of comparisons to Mr. Rogers, and I thought it was cool that when I popped on, I remember, I've seen a couple episodes, but I didn't really remember it very thoroughly. And in the Mr. Rogers Wikipedia, apparently Fred Rogers emphasized, because I've been watching Sesame Street with my little girl, and they do a lot of like preschool learning in numbers, letters, they touch upon social interactions, I guess, but apparently Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, emphasized young children's social and emotional needs over the cognitive learning that Sesame Street was more geared towards. And apparently an article about the show, Mr. Rogers, said, while both target the same preschool audience and prepare children for kindergarten, Sesame Street concentrates on school readiness skills, while Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood focuses on the child's developing psyche and feelings and sense of moral and ethical reasoning. And another article about Rogers says he taught children about civility, tolerance, sharing, and self-worth in a reassuring tone and leisurely cadence. Swimming and playing piano were, quote, lifelong passions that both gave him a chance to feel capable and in charge of his destiny. Of Fred Rogers. Apparently he swam every morning at 5:30 a.m. He woke between 4:30 and 5:30 every day to pray, read the Bible, and prepare himself for the day, and going swimming. And swimming for him gave him an important part of the strong sense of self-discipline that he cultivated. And he didn't smoke or drink. And he was actually a pastor. So he had a very clearly faith-oriented spiritual bent to him and his philosophy behind his show. And I just noticed such an overlap with Bob and what Bob did. I don't think Bob ever had any dreams of becoming a pastor like Mr. Ross, but he definitely had a spirituality to him. It's not hard to see in his stage presence, because it almost comes across as a sort of sermon in certain times. Bob had, Steve says that he believed in God, but he didn't believe in the God that was being used by the priests. He says, Steve said it, that Bob said God's inside everything, including us. We are a part of God, and the vibration of God is within us. And Bob, like Fred Rogers, he spoke with an attention to the viewer's emotion as much as their rational understanding of the technical, instructions of the painting process.
Can move mountains, trees, can even move rivers here, and so can you. I would play soldier all day, then at night I would come home, and this painting was a way of finding a world that was full of peace, and it was calm, and there was no bad things here.
Yeah, his painting was a world that was full of peace and calm, and no bad things here. Yeah, and he was very, and we'll talk about it later, of course, but just briefly about his efficacy as a teacher. And he told Steve, apparently in the documentary, he wanted him to take over, so he purposely painted simpler because he didn't want to, make it too difficult, set the bar too high, but also because he didn't want to intimidate people away from painting. He purposely kept it bare bones and as simple as he needed to be able to create a competent landscape, because he wanted to engage his viewers. He understood the fundamentals about art and the technical words, but he didn't use them. He talked about perspective and planes and painting in layman's terms, saying that there's just layers, and in the distance it gets a little lighter in the distance, and as you come closer, things are less light, they're more bold, and the colors are darker. And his station manager, Jim Needham, said that once he was asking Bob, why he didn't do portraits or something a little more advanced. And Bob apparently said that I'm looking I'm looking at my audience. And he says, I do things they can do. I do things they can do.
I think maybe we need some trees that are even closer. By putting all these layers in your painting, or planes as they're called, it helps create that illusion of depth and distance in your world. First, but the second thing is it pushes everything back and gives much more perspective.
He wanted people to paint. Speaking of that, Dana made a point to say he liked the thrill of watching a new student smile. Dana Jester, his good friend. The Bob Ross Experience, an exhibit in the studio, the former studio in Muncie. An article on it says, quote, that they were trying to recreate the joy of painting's soul-affirming zeitgeist. He was trying to make art accessible to everybody, trying to open everybody to creativity. Includes, let's see, contemporary artists. Julie Rodriguez Widholm, maybe Widholm, former director of the DePaul Art Museum of Chicago, says that she included Ross's in her last exhibit, New Age Strategies for Survival, because she knows respected contemporary artists who were inspired to learn about painting thanks to Bob. So she says she's never dismissed Bob's influence. She recognized it, how impactful, into how many people he was impactful to. Joan Kowalski apparently heard from plenty of people over quarantine in 2020, saying that we're hearing people that they had an uptick in sales, essentially. Let's see if I get this. I guess not. I need a subscription if you view this page. Okay. Well, one article I was able to at one point access said that Bob, in response to saying that he wasn't really getting, he was getting criticism in the art community for making such basic paintings, said that we're getting letters from art professors saying that, quote, we may not totally agree with the way you paint, but we appreciate what you're doing because you're sending literally thousands of people into art colleges. Thousands of people. That's an impact, That's a real impact right there. And as I mentioned earlier, I really think his master sergeant rank, he's known to have, used the words tough and mean. He used to have to be tough and mean, and he was the guy who screamed at you if you were late for work. But later on, when he was interviewed, he said, I don't intimidate anyone. Instead, I try to get people to believe in themselves. I tell people, you can do this. And they write back and say, you were right. I can do this. And now I believe I can do anything. And that's where it starts. You have to believe in yourself. It seems like such a trite observation, but it really was, doubting yourself is the biggest obstacle to trying new things. And it's only until you try new things that you start realizing, you might not have a propensity for certain things, but some things you're surprisingly good at and you have an aptitude for, and wow, maybe you're inspired to pursue an entirely new thing that you never would have thought to before this. And that's a beautiful thing. Imagine if that happened to millions, tens of millions hundreds of millions of people, if they were inspired to go outside their comfort zone, try to expand themselves. I mean, you generally don't spend time hating on other people and demeaning and definitely not doing anything evil when you're out there working on your own self-development, and you're actually, because it humbles you to run up into a wall and to recognize that you have a lot of room for improvement. It prevents you from making rash judgments towards other people and building yourself up instead of knocking other people down. That's what Bob was all about. I thought this other aspect of how extremely prepared you might expect someone who is a military man for 20 years was. There's they did an entire 13-episode season, like we said, in about 3 days. Averaged about 4 episodes a day. And, Joan Kowalski said he was fast, organized. He had everything planned out so he could get back to Orlando. Needham called him he had a rare and unpredictable sense of humor and inspiring optimism. Nice personality traits there. But he had a crystal clear vision about what he wanted to do on his show, and he executed that. Precisely, We know he did 3 paintings per show, like I mentioned in part 1. He did the reference painting. He did those a couple weeks or whatever before he went up there to film. So he had all his 13 paintings that he was going to do for that season already done. And he just set them up and kind of set them up off camera and look at them as a guide. But what Steve said, I found in a video here, as Steve was interviewed by a local news crew, and he said that my dad made at least 7 or 8 versions for every painting because he was doing them to get down every brushstroke, memorize it, and get it down to the 27-minute mark that he needed to be under to allow time for intro, outro credits, and the PBS information that they would display between shows for the local station. And Annette Kowalski backs this up, saying Bob used to lay in bed at night, and he told me he rehearsed every word and every, he knew exactly what he was going to say on every one of those episodes. He rehearsed every brushstroke. And that was the most spontaneous one they ever did because someone broke into their motorhome and stole all 13 reference paintings. But Bob was well prepared. It just goes to show you how serious he took this. And that also, to me, expands over into his philosophy, and what he was talking about on the show wasn't just trivial, meaningless rambling. Things he said, I think he really meant, because he knew this was his image, his reputation, and he was using his image for good, to spread a positive message. And that goes into the studio design, speaking of his image. Part of the magic was the limited studio space. It was a converted living room with a covered fireplace and windows, a large carpet that provided a lot of sound dampening. It was a really intimate place. And Bob, page 20 here. Oh, I guess I was already here. It's hilarious. I haven't turned the page in like an hour. He wanted a homey, comfortable space for his viewers. He initially envisioned like a log cabin. Yeah, he always wanted it to be homey and comfortable, but that was his. He wanted like this elaborate set, but Walt says he thinks it finally dawned on Bob that he wouldn't get that. He wouldn't be able to create the intimacy with the viewer with all that in the background, and it makes sense. Honestly, I was thinking about this, and I turned the exposure down a lot on my camera, so that it's just me. I got a little bit of my bookshelf in the background. I still have it's a little bit chaotic behind me anyways, but I still have to unpack my books from like a year ago. But I found that not only is it less stimulus if you're watching this at night, because it's generally just dimmer, but it's less to look at, less chaotic. If you are trying to look at, me talking, it's just easier to focus in on that. And a little teaser that I will bring up in part 3 is being the predecessor to live streams nowadays. He had a style of fusing his personality in with his real-time, with his craftsmanship. And it was live. It was live because the cameraman, Richard Collins said occasionally they'd go back and do an edit, if there was technical problems or something. But as far as Bob goes, there was no mistakes that they edited out. Like we talked about, he would fix them on the fly or just, use them as literally a teaching instruction. And an example, a point in case to, or case in point. And he was proud of that. There was no trickery going on, going back to our trusting of Bob and the mostly, upfront candidness, candid quality about how he presented himself. He was, that's what he said in the documentary. There's no editing to these shows, and he really prided himself on that.
All the time I get asked, do you actually paint the pictures this quick, or is it video magic? There is no editing. Absolutely no. What you see is what happened, even the mistakes.
And it's pretty interesting that, in 2015, we'll be getting into this pretty shortly here, but he had a renaissance in 2015 on Twitch, the Amazon-owned streaming company. You guys might not have heard of it because you're over here in the Stone Age on YouTube. No, I'm not on Twitch either, but his episodes were aired on Twitch in a live stream. Let's see, do I got the figures? Yeah, in 2015. Yeah, we'll get into how that happened, I guess, later. But he hadn't really made it to the internet. I don't think he was on YouTube before that either. And in 2015, they partnered with another company to promote a, I guess, artistic channel on Twitch, like a sub, like a genre. I guess there's a whole art genre on Twitch to promote it, and they ran an 8-day stream, which of just back-to-back episodes of Joy of Painting, and at one point it had 170,000 people watching consecutively, like at the same time. That was pretty, that's a pretty large number right there. feel like most TV shows nowadays, unless they're really exceptionally popular, don't even have that much watching. This book, chapters 9 and 10, made an interesting comparison with Bob in the fine art community with Andy Warhol, and also Bob in the less than fine art, but kind of kitsch, less, more criticized, more or less, what's the word, condescended upon in the art world community of Thomas Kinkade, and how he kind of pandered to the Christian audience, even though he himself was less than saintly, to put it mildly. And that's why they have Bob and Andy. They are philosophers and academics in the art community, and so they respect Andy Warhol, but they distinguish him from Bob, and they don't respect, let's just put it that way, Thomas Kinkade, and that's why they say Thomas Kinkade is no Bob Ross. And interestingly, he was still alive when this book was written in 2011. I think he died in 2013. But chapter 9, this guy will be, I think, talking about very shortly. Yeah. Actually, yeah, this was the other guy who was kind enough, while I have him here, to reach out to me, Davey T. Painterman. Davey Turner goes by the Painterman. He was super, super nice, and he had a unfortunate communication with Bob Ross Incorporated, which I will talk about. Let's see. Yeah, so Bob and Andy, I mean, there's so many, I'm just making a case, I guess, is that of how well respected and loved and, respected and beloved Bob was in and out. Well, not in the art community as much, but he's increasingly as the, I think I mentioned in part 1, as the lens of what is and what isn't good art is evolving. Bob is increasingly becoming more respected, if not for simply the necessity of his popularity, pointing to how he resonates with people and what that might mean. Because if he was a terrible artist, unless people were watching him ironically, like watching a bad movie, he wouldn't be worth looking at. But he was a talented and skilled artist. He was a masterful artist. And he, like we said, kept it simple. So, yes, he wasn't making fine art, but he reached people. He had more layers to his art, in that he was not only making the art, and I'm going to elaborate on this in part 3. He was making art out of the actual communication with the people he was reaching on television, with the process of instruction, with the philosophy, with the medium of painting, and with the actual subject matter of landscapes, as I kind of hinted at in the intro. Bob and Andy, see, page 111 here. Page 111. Yeah, I wrote ASMR all over this page. Bob and Andy. Bob's place is a refuge. His paintings, let's say, they contrasted the sterile and civilized cartoonish imagery Bob's pictures did of Warhol's pictures with their flat, crisp lines, and that seemed cold and commercial. Instead, Bob's paintings invite us in. They invite us in. They welcome us into a pictorial space where we can take a break from labor, obligations, status anxieties of commerce and modern life. Places where the eye can relax, and by extension, the viewer can too. And I'm going to talk about that too, just the psychological aspects of landscapes themselves and how they affect us. They were equally as calculated, the authors, Congdon writes, as calculated and as complex as Warhol's paintings, but the intention of the Bob Ross paintings is to take refuge and rest in. I thought the white-collar versus middle-class blue-collar aspects of Warhol and Ross, respectively, were an interesting juxtaposition. Warhol painted for an economically successful artists and ultra-rich collectives who bought his work. Interpreting them took intellectual work and had a mental payoff. He made a film about sleep to, ironically distance himself from it. And I thought maybe this was too much of a reach, but, the upper class can afford not to sleep. They can afford, if they don't go to work, they don't have any primary obligations that will, if they don't meet, they won't eat that week. I would say unless they're in a political position, they have less general stress, less day-to-day stress, and the cortisol spikes, and that accompany that, and the anxiety of just surviving and living in a much less safe and secure environment that comes along with being in a lower income bracket. So they can sit there and have the leisure of thinking about sleep rather than actually needing it to perform manual labor and make a paycheck. Bob Ross, on the other hand, painted for people who didn't belong in that elite group. He used plain speech, direct imagery. There's symbolism in landscape paintings, but there's no need to necessarily interpret a landscape painting beyond what it means to you. For it to make sense, you don't need to make any abstract interpretation of it. Bob, and we said that before, he got annoyed when people were talking about getting too abstract in some of the classes he was taking. He's like, I just want to know how to paint a tree. Don't tell me about the qualities and theory about a tree, what makes a tree. There's generally hidden meanings and things, that subtexts that need to be interpreted and parsed out of a elite painting that Warhol represents. A bunch of different color cans of Campbell's tomato soup. What does that mean? I don't know. I'm not an art critic. Bob's paintings you just feel good in. There's no hidden meaning without having to contemplate intellectually. He asks us to pay attention to every detail, every nook and cranny of the canvas. You know, Andy Warhol, his paintings are often so overly, deliberately simple. You can kind of just take them in, take the image in a glance. Bob is honest about practical shortcuts. Work smarter, not harder. You know, he says, this is the easiest way of making a tree that I know about. Keep it simple. Measure twice, cut once. Or measure once, cuss twice. As a coffee cup my dad has from Bill and Aaron Napier's shop from hometown. So that reinforces Bob's middle class, blue collar, everyday appeal, his relatability to the working class, average citizen. And Thomas Kinkade might be, generally in that same caliber, in that same league as painting for the everyday person. He directed it more towards Christians, explicitly towards Christians, actually. And so that they made a whole chapter making a point to say Thomas Kinkade is no Bob Ross, in the sense that Bob Ross is the much higher standard than Thomas Kinkade is. From a website, a Christian website, Ship of Fools, people thought Thomas Kinkade was an artist, Ross was a teacher and a voice. I don't think the two can really be compared. It's like a forum. Another one says Ross is probably far less interested in the painting he was doing than teaching his viewers. Not about painting either, but about life. There were no mistakes in his paintings, just happy accidents. How tall should this tree be? As tall as you want it to be. It was a happy tree too. You should like being a happy little tree and find happiness in the fact that we exist. We have value just by being. Watching old Bob Ross makes me feel like I want to be more kind to others. I can't see what's wrong with that. Kinkade, on the other hand, was pretty much the opposite. If someone tries to use their Christian faith, as Kinkade arguably did, as a reason for you to do business with them, be sure to count your fingers when you're done shaking their hands. And they even say a markedly Christian saying, or Christian sentiment Bob gives in one of his sayings. I like oils, they're forgiving. And all of us need a lot of forgiveness. So, I don't know, the whole thing goes on to talk about, Kinkade both produced beautiful scenes, because Kinkade was a landscape painter in a way. And they were, very painting with broad strokes, so to speak. They were similar. They painted in a similar style, or they painted similar subjects, But, and they both produce, you can't deny Kinkade was a great painter. He was. But there was a less than straightforwardness about him. Kinkade emphasized investing in his art. Ross emphasized investing in yourself. Don't buy his art. He gave his art away. He wanted you to maybe buy his products to create your own art and learn to be able to teach yourself and teach others. Kinkade's personal values and actions conflicted a little bit with his claimed belief. They really don't make Kinkade look that good. Essentially call him a fraud. They say he marketed himself as a Christian, but painted pieces of grand castles and brick mansions. Not exactly things one could say of a Christian who revokes all material wealth and follows Jesus. He sold tens of thousands of paintings as, quote, limited editions. He touched up prints and sold them as heirlooms and investments. There was apparently a whole factory of Thomas Kinkade painters that painted paintings to which he would just sign his name. Bob Ross gave away his paintings. He wasn't paid. He made his supplies that he did sell, made them cheap, accessible, simple, only sold, a dozen or so colors. Kinkade wasn't selling art products, I don't think, but, he was selling plenty of other things. They even have an entire village based on a Kinkade painting, which Kinkade's company was a partner investor in. I thought this was really interesting, the landscapes. Bob's landscapes versus Kinkade's landscaping. Bob's paintings sparsely inhabited nature with human. What Bob paints was sparsely inhabited nature with human activity confined to small clearings, ancient paths, well-worn paths, broken down fences, abandoned shacks. They emphasized unclaimed, untamed, mysterious nature with only traces of human activity. Bob's empty shacks, they say, I don't know if I have it here, but Bob's empty shacks were suggested they were a place, travelers could seek refuge, wanderers could seek rest, and critters might be holed up in the rafters. His landscapes were more for the animals than for people, let alone people who were private investors. Kinkade, on the other hand, was, as you might imagine, I like their phrase was pretty, it was witty. Kinkade didn't paint nature, he painted real estate. He had cottages and manors and castles and estates with trimmed hedges and rustic gardens. He emphasizes private, gated real estate, entirely tamed by humans. Bob was the opposite. And they say, when Kinkade paints a tree, it's not a landscape, it's landscaping. So anyways, they say, in the end, Warhol feels like a prankster. Kinkade feels like a fraud. And Bob, good old Bob, feels like a friend. I have a whole thing here, but he made Kinkade apparently bragged that he made $1 million in 1 hour on the shopping network. Apparently his company made $4 billion in revenue in 2012, the year he died, year after this book came out. He's making deals with greeting cards, Hallmark cards, and Disney. So they're saying, I like their general idea of distinction, the way they discriminate Bob from Kinkade. They say, Thomas was obviously, he was down for consumption. He was aiming at people consuming his art. Bob joined consumption with production. A huge theme we're going to be relating in part 3 is the drastic shift in American culture from pure, gluttonous consumption, especially of ever cheapening products, diminishing in quality, to production and consuming things, but also producing things. And globally, with this, what I'm doing right now, I'm using my technology to produce. I'm consuming and making it into something of my own that I am in turn giving for others to consume and do what they will with, and perhaps do the same, turn around and make content, which would be super cool if I inspired someone to make a video on Bob based on some interesting little fact about him, or even if I inspire you guys to paint. And the last little distinction between the three of them, I guess, Warhol, Kinkade, and Bob Ross. Warhol distances himself in contrast to the everyday world. All three of their pictures were a little too colorful, a little too saccharine, a little too simple. I think saccharine means like sappy. Let's see, what does that mean? Excessively sweet and sentimental. Warhol distances himself, though, using the ironies, with a knowing wink. Kinkade, on the other hand, just outright denies there's any saccharine sappiness to his paintings. He denies the impossibility of the paintings he's making, his visions, outright, as attested by trying to make an entire gated community, gated, by the way, of, well, actually, hold on, I don't want to say that. I think it's gated. Might not be, but I would assume it is. Yeah, just kind of leaving you with a taste, like a disingenuousness in your mouth after learning a little bit about Kinkade. And then Bob, on the other hand, just embraced the ironies of his art's wholehearted simplicity. They say in the book here, he, quote, actually genuinely believes in the possibility of creating the happy world that he paints. Yeah, Kinkade employed multi-level marketing for paintings, essentially. He actually left a lot of people out on their butts by pushing massive demand, and then he pushed so many limited editions, quote, limited editions, that eventually the demand would fall out, and these poor mom and pop shops in malls and all that would be stuck with tons of essentially worthless paintings and cheap paintings, prints that were just printed and then like kind of touched up, which is, it's not the real deal. Now comes the fateful turn south for Bob. And this starts with a behind the scenes that wasn't known to anybody until, anybody that wasn't behind the scenes until the documentary in 2020, and the article by Ramsey. And now there's tons of people speaking out against the Kowalskis' bad reputation in the art community, especially the PBS, art instructor education community back then. The people, the floral painters, the Jenkins, that were interviewed on the documentary were an example of that. and Alexander Cruz made his own testimony. He didn't even need to tell me specifically, but he did mention that he 100% verifies the what he said and claim and stands by what he said. When he made a public statement about the Kowalskis after the documentary came out, and it was his essentially response verifying that everything in the documentary, because it was seemingly so, it was so sensational, seemingly dramatized. He claims it was all true and then some. So the Kowalskis, I want to give them their due, and I think plain and simple, the bottom line is they were pretty ruthless, pretty greedy. They did it legally, and that's a little bit, they might have played a little dirty, but they did so within the bounds of legality. And it's so unfortunate, even if Bob's sweet personality and his wish of well-being on others, all his viewers, was what fundamentally led to his success. He was complicit in letting the Kowalskis do the dirty work. It was known that he said he turned his head when Uncle Walt, had to mean business by making deals and whatnot. But it definitely seems toward the end, from what I was able to gather, that Bob regretted ever partnering with them. He was already so invested in them commercially and with his logistics of the entire business and the running of the business, that he wasn't able to. And then emotionally, because they literally lived together at certain points, and they were like a family at other points. And maybe even, as the documentary hints, him and Annette had an actual sexual relationship at a point. He was so intertwined, so entangled, as certain famous actors' wives like to call cheating. He was so it was such a mixed up and such a complex relationship with the Kowalskis. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but he couldn't really do much about it. Yeah, the Daily Beast article says Bill wasn't the only one who felt burned by the Rosses and the Kowalskis. What they were doing seemed perfectly legal, but it was largely unethical. Ramsey says other artists later saw a similar playbook deployed when Annette launched a line of floral paintings that bore an uncanny resemblance to the widely recognized masters of floral painting at the time, Gary and Catherine Jenkins. And Jones says, replying to these accusations, it's a business, and when you start a business from scratch, you sort of decide your parameters based on the desired effect. What a political answer. And Ramsey makes a point in the article to say, well, they were pretty sharp-elbowed parameters. So they would employ sharp-elbowed parameters while they were trying to get their desired effect, apparently. Bob, in the article, Ramsey says Bob, during contract negotiations, he'd kindly defer to Uncle Walt, and, rather than be the tough guy himself if a contentious point arose during the conversation. And, towards the end, he wouldn't even speak about Bill publicly, saying that he was their main competitor. And that's sad. Here's a whole slew of things Bill. I think this I mentioned earlier. Bill lightly criticizing Bill, lightly veiled criticism of Bob. You could tell Bill was unfortunately pretty bitter towards the end there. But also towards the end, you can see the distinction between Bill and Bob. And Bill had that harsh style of speaking. He said bye-bye. He would just finish a painting and be like, it looks done. Bye-bye. And Bob would have his, although rehearsed, and kind of ritualistic, it was also still endearing and said from a genuine place of sincerity, saying, happy painting and God bless, my friend. It wasn't hard to see how Bob was more endearing to the audience. But despite that, we still had this to deal with. We have Alexander Cruz's statement confirming the documentary. It's pretty damning here. And remember, this guy, Alexander Cruz, worked with Bob, Steve, and Dana during the early 90s. And he had nothing but nice remarks to say about these guys. He said, I had the opportunity to meet them all, and they, on top of being my teachers and mentors, they were my friends. I could call them that, honestly. I was only 17 when I met Bob, but he had a grace and fatherly tenderness. He adopted me as one of his own. He never missed an opportunity to give me positive advice and put big dreams in my head, as we talked about earlier in part 1. I had the joy of meeting Steve and Dana, and they were my friends too. Felt at home like I was with relatives when I was hanging out with them. And he said he was really hit hard when Bob died, like a father died. And he says about the Kowalskis, he says, as for this documentary, it's no doubt that everyone who spoke said the truth. He says, and remember, he was a certified instructor, so he was in the wider business circle of, behind the scenes of the business of Bob Ross Incorporated. From the beginning, he says, the Kowalskis had always had a culture of hurting the business of others for them to be in charge. The mentality of a quítate tú para ponerme yo, which means get out of my way so I can take over, a very famous saying in Puerto Rico. He's from Puerto Rico, Alexander is. He said many years ago they got the Jenkins out of the race, like the documentary shows. But there are many Jenkins stories that were not told in the documentary that many of us know about and resent. And they were just greedy and malicious against the Jenkins. He says, the truth is, I was happy to see them being able to speak their piece in the documentary, but apparently they only got about 2% of the 4 hours of the interview from the Jenkins, which, is what happens in a documentary, but I can only imagine what else they kept out. In Vanity Fair recently, Joan Kowalski was interviewed in the Vanity Fair saying in an article titled Bob Ross Incorporated would love it if you stopped hating them after, as you can imagine, the documentary came out. In response to the IP theft from the Jenkins, they said the interviewer, says your mother Annette and her rival painting flower book. The Jenkins seem to believe that they were the target of a essentially diminishing them as a business rival, and that Annette improperly copied aspects of their books. And Jones says, I don't think you can block another artist from wanting to paint flowers. I saw the documentary. It made me laugh, sorry. In the book, it says load the brush, and then there says load the brush. And she's like, well, there's only so many ways you can say put paint on the brush. That's legit. That's honestly legit. You can't say that. About Bill Alexander, though, she claims complete ignorance about that. She says, I talked to my parents about this, and none of us felt any animosity. This was a new one. We've never heard that Bill Alexander was unhappy with Bob. So that came out of nowhere, and I haven't got anything else to say about that, essentially. But Cruz's story goes even further. Alexander Cruz's story. Alexander continues saying that there was a lady named B. Cox, who I think I found out she died in 2011, actually, who became a painter for Bob Ross Incorporated. After Bob died, she apparently went and took Dana Jester's instructional courses on how to paint animals, and stole a lot of Dana's techniques, because Dana would paint a landscape, but he's very accomplished on his own right, and him and Steve left when Bob died, for obvious reasons. They were allied with Bob, and they saw the injustice the Kowalskis were treating Bob and his family with. And Alexander says, I followed Dana around after Bob had died, and he left BRI, and so did I. And in one of the classes Dana was teaching that I was in, one of my classmates was B. Cox. And this person, who also took classes with Dana, who I called Annette's spy, was the one that brought the painting with animals theme to Annette. And Annette also wanted to steal the idea of making a color line and brushes and a whole line of products revolving around wildlife by just tweaking Dana's techniques. And she did later make videos for Bob Ross Incorporated. And apparently there was, in the documentary, a suggestion box for essentially spying and ratting on people who talked about anything non-Bob Ross related that was competition in the Bob Ross classes. And so, yes, so far it's not damning evidence, but then you have the quality control and the products. You have Cruz talking about Bob was demanding when it came to quality control and the TV presentation. Cruz talked about some fallout after Bob's death, including drastic lowering of the quality of both art supplies and the non-art merchandise that they tried to put out. And on the Kowalski side, Annette and Joan both did say that Bob was a tyrant at times regarding the show and the supplies, and Joan said he could be kind of a terror about some aspects of the business. And we'll be elaborating on that in just a moment, on how the Bob might have been a terror and the approach to the art supplies that Bob employed, and how that contrasts pretty markedly from the approach the Kowalskis employed. That same 91 New York Times article that I mentioned earlier, it says that even in 91, Bob was enjoying success, his Orlando-based empire, because he did by then move back from Muncie to Orlando to be with his mother. Like I talked about, she had died in 91, and he moved back home to take care of her. He was at the center of a $15 million empire, 300 certified Ross instructors, Steve included, a bunch of art supplies, how-to books, videos, 200 letters a day. And listen to this, 80 million viewers regularly tune in to see Bob. And they call his hotline all the time. Other stations tried to lure him away from the small kind of amateur WIPB in Muncie, Indiana station. But he had freedom. He'd been there since 1983. He was loyal. They were loyal to him. He had complete creative freedom in what he did there. He was on almost 300 of the 337 PBS stations nationwide. New York City's PBS station ran him twice a day. And now at this point in his career, in his early 90s, he had been going for almost 10 years in the early 90s. He had financial freedom to do and live how he wanted at this point. And he still stayed purposely reclusive. He's admitted he's not easy to find, and actually wondered why they were interviewing him for that article. He says, I stay hidden. And he's like, I never turn down requests. I'm rarely asked. He pursued various hobbies, collecting Victorian opalescent glass. He had his 69 Corvette we talked about, liked fast cars. I'm sure maybe he had one or two more, maybe not. Most importantly, though, he was able to use his new income, to help rehabilitate wildlife. He talked about it, and as the shows went on, every later season had more and more of him featuring the animals and talking about conservation and rehabilitation, and encouraging us to go out and find local people who often support it right out of their pockets. The article in 1990, the Orlando article, even says that he's the head of a 30-employee firm, Bob Ross Empire there, and but he lets them worry about the business, while he devotes his time to something he finds more satisfying: caring for injured animals. He even, at that point, started to dream bigger, pondering ways that he could apparently he wanted to launch a Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers Neighborhood type of show that was centered on the wilderness and environmentalism. He wanted to call it Bob's World. It would be a wilderness version of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. So he was finding ways to make genuine positive impacts in the world. But it was around this time that, the series of tragedies in the last few years of his life would start unfolding. He'd already had his poor health throughout the years. That just kept getting worse. 91, his mother died. 92, Jane died, his wife, his second wife. And with her death, not only did he have to deal with that, but like I mentioned earlier, the Kowalskis now, as her shares, her 25% share was split with them. They now had 2/3 ownership of the company, given that they voted in the same direction, and I think they did. And they claim their relationship with Bob wasn't fractured. The Kowalskis do at any point, but it's not what the dozens of other testimonies say. John Tham, Steve's, Vicky's even. Bob's own will testifies to that. Dana Jester, Alexander Cruz, a lot of other people don't make the Kowalskis look as innocent as they claim to be. And Ramsey's article says, at this point, Ross, he wanted to branch out, and however, when he did, it started going downhill. His relationship with the Kowalskis and also his own health. In 1992, Jane died, and that's when the struggle for Bob's legacy really started. And Joan, in the article, I'm going to start bringing that up more. The Vanity Fair article responding to the documentary, giving the Kowalskis' side of the events, I guess. It still honestly doesn't make her or her parents look all that good. She has some points that are fair, but she gets a little tense, you can tell. Even though it's in writing, you can tell her answers are like, she feels a little backed into a corner because she doesn't know how to answer these without making her parents look bad. Yeah, she says, for instance, the way it was structured was that if one died, the other three pooled their money and bought the estate of the deceased person, so that was the 25% stake that Jane would have owned. And it also happened when Bob died. So I just wonder if, Steve and Jimmy Cox, his brother, would have gotten any right to buy that. Maybe they wouldn't have had the money, maybe they didn't have the right to begin with. Yeah, so essentially after, we'll get to that later, I guess. Bob, for years, had been convinced that he'd die early, and now that we realize he, in the late 70s, so probably in his mid-30s, he had already had a cancer diagnosis. It makes sense. He apparently, even in the mid-80s, had a heart attack. He suffered migraines. The producer, Sally Schneck, said you'd have a hard time knowing it if he was suffering a headache because he kept such a positive attitude. In early 1994, though, he had a second and final battle with cancer. It's right around the time that, so early 90s, he lost his mom and Jane. Right after that, he got diagnosed with cancer. So within the first 3 years of the 90s, he was having all this dumped on him. And then the Kowalskis apparently started pressuring him to sign over the rights because they were just planning ahead for Bob's death, the rights to his name and likeness, even though apparently legally they had owned it by being full owners of Bob Ross Incorporated, BRI. After Bob had died, I think they just wanted to secure it so in writing from him so that it was incontestable. And this was when it became obvious that their relationship was in fact fractured towards the end. And it's kind of making it look really bad on them when you realize that Annette says days before he died, maybe in the last month or so, she went to visit him and they were sitting out by a lake. She paints this picture and she says that she quotes Bob, although we only know it's her story. She says that Bob called her the wind beneath his wings. And Walt insists that on his deathbed, Walt says, "Hey, do you want this company to continue without you or not?" And he claims that Bob shook his head yes, and said, "Yes, I do want you guys to continue the company." So it's hard to believe that either of those anecdotes with all the context, the larger context of their behavior. Ramsey writes in his article that they began pressuring Bob to sign over his rights, after his diagnosis and after his wife's death. And Bob started circumventing their legal claims that they were trying to make. His last phone call from Tham, like we talked about earlier, said that John Tham, his paint instructor buddy, said that he'd had it with BRI and was leaving the corporation, and Bob wanted to buy a building in Branson, Missouri, which is apparently a famous tourist mecca akin to the Las Vegas of the South, at the time at least. And Bob had teamed up with an Indiana family that was about to break ground on a theater there. And they were developing a stage version of The Joy of Painting to accompany a Civil War musical. And Bob planned to charge a gate fee so people could watch him do what he did on TV. But this would be a huge scale event. It would be a live version of what he was doing to people, and he would be in concert with this other venture. And he asked John Tham if he wanted to paint with him and be incorporated into the show, and John thought it was a great opportunity, but it never happened. It never panned out before Bob passed away. And then his last attempt to really break away creatively was to create a children's show different from the Bob's World. This was a show he just was featured on. It wasn't really about him, called Elmer and Friends. Where's the show at? Here it is. And this is all from Ramsey's article in the Daily Beast. This is a pretty hard one for the Kowalskis not to look bad on, because, and this was, I think, touched upon in the documentary, but man, Ramsey says, the Kowalskis, however, even after all we've talked about at this point, says they could go lower. Bob plays himself in a handful of scenes, and he helped a troop of wayward kids in search of a miner's hidden treasure. The miner's name happened to be Old Walt, who, as Bob explained in the show, was long deceased. Treasure Beyond Measure was the first episode. It aired 2 months after Bob died. In less than a month later, the Kowalskis would sue the children's show file a federal lawsuit against WIPB and the show's producer. It was, produced out of Muncie. Terry Marsh, a dermatologist. And their headline was Bob Ross Inc. sues a children's show. And a lot of accompanied by a photo of a broadly grinning Bob. So it made him look really bad. Because, none of us really knew Bob had died. So we thought it was Bob suing a children's show. But, man, so yeah, they demanded $500,000 in damages, apparently. Let's see. For apparently encouraging, assisting, and cooperating with Bob Ross in the breach of his, quote, fiduciary duty of loyalty to Bob Ross, Inc. The Kowalski's argument went something like this, according to Ramsey. Because Bob had consented to a specific limited trademark filing, such as the cartoon likeness or on paint products, they now extrapolated this to say that Bob's actual likeness, meaning himself appearing on any sort of footage, and thus what had been recorded on the show, was protected by their trademarks. So they owned not just Bob's paintings in his likeness, but himself. Man. So, yeah, a lot of it they think was because, I'll put in here, Bob had been really looking sickly. He was real pale, real thin, probably lost all his hair, and so he had to wear a wig. It looked obvious that it was a wig, and they probably didn't want that image of him being widely circulated, and especially used outside of their control of his image, because it's exactly what Bob knew he was doing. He knew he was creating something, whether it was art or another show, that was completely separate and independent, and therefore outside the control of the Kowalskis. And they knew that would be widely distributed at a certain point, and it would look bad, because there was apparently there's a pretty good case that they didn't want his death being publicized, because it's bad for business to think that, people to sign up for classes thinking that maybe they might be meeting Bob, and they don't, but that might prevent them from signing up. Anyways, it was pretty sad to see all that happen. And apparently they all had phone recordings, like they say in the documentary. And apparently they settled out of court for the lawsuit, and Bob had taped all his conversations with Walt and Annette, saying that verbally they said he could do that show, and then when he died, they turned around and sued the show. And Linda, his third wife that he married, who was a nurse, and he married her to try to protect his own assets, under the apparent assumption that she would keep everything that her husband bequeathed her. And there was a lot of phone audio recordings of Walt talking to Bob talking to Walt and Annette, that incriminated them. And I guess part of the settlement for the lawsuit was for those tapes to be destroyed. Very interesting. And so Joan, in her Vanity Fair article, swears up and down there was no bad blood between them at the end. she says, let's see. They apparently offered, the Kowalskis offered Steve and Linda, Bob's remaining family, 1% of any profits for the next decade. And they turned it down, I guess, because, they thought they were owed more than that. Steve never signed anything. Let's see. No, sorry. Bob never signed anything, though, confirming his name and likeness should be given to Bob, B-R-I. And, he made some fast changes to his will, according to thewealthadvisor.com. A clause specifically addressing his name and likeness and the rest of his IP. All those rights were going to go to Steve and Bob's half-brother Jim. And his third wife, Linda, replaced Annette as the administrator of Bob's estate. And so he had an 11th hour last-minute marriage to Linda, being his third wife. Man, it just looks so bad, and that Bob would be so aggressive towards the end of his life, which clearly paints the picture that the Kowalskis were going to use his image and weren't going to use it in a way compatible with what Bob would have wished, and weren't going to give Bob's son what Bob would have wished them to give him. Yeah, and so this guy, interestingly, on agsearchblog.com, he's a PR specialist, and he's like giving advice to Joan Kowalski, saying, here's how you mitigate the damage, do damage control after this documentary. He says, I'm not saying one way or the other, but the documentary, regardless, makes them look really bad. And he says, they're definitely, regardless of the fact that they won in the actual legal court, they're losing in the court of opinion, of public opinion. And he gives them advice that I'll give briefly in a moment on how to best, handle the situation. Bob's funeral was kind of a weird situation. Doesn't make them look good either. They didn't attend, the Kowalskis. They didn't attend Bob's funeral. And I guess they sent a bunch of lawsuits towards Bob Ross's estate, meaning Linda, Jimmy, and Steve, after Bob died. And Joan swears that it was just to get any of the supplies, arts, paintings that were owed them and owned by the company, because Bob made multiple, paintings throughout for each episode, and apparently he had a lot of them at his house, and I guess they thought that they shouldn't be in the hands of his wife and son and brother. Vanity Fair seems like they're trying to give Joan a chance to straighten out the story, give her side of the story, and Joan seems to be getting agitated towards the end there. She says, "Oh, these are good questions. I see, because now I see the picture you're trying to paint, when they asked, why didn't your parents attend Bob's funeral? And she says, well, you know, Bob was really sick, and Uncle Jim, she calls him Uncle Jim, called my parents saying, Bob's getting close. Bob's getting close. You should come down here. So they went down and spent a flight with him. Spent a few days with him. And they said he couldn't speak anymore. But they spent a good deal of time just talking to him. This is when Annette says, in an NPR interview in 2016, "You're the wind beneath my wings." She says, I think I'm doing what Bob would have always wanted, and he'd be happy if he could see it now. And, yeah, he says where Joan says that her father, Walt, went in and held his hand and asked him if he wanted the company to continue. I don't know how, whether that's a political answer, because she left out the details of how it would continue. Apparently Bob squeezed his hand, nodded yes. This is all what she's saying to the Vanity Fair interviewer. Funerals are a funny thing, is how she justifies her parents not attending Bob's funeral. And my parents had just been there, you know, they'd just been with Bob. I don't go to funerals myself. I think maybe my parents decided that since they'd just been there, there wasn't... It's a family thing. And Bob had a brand new wife. I don't know if she sent out notices to everybody to come down or anything. So it sounds sort of creepy, but not really, because of that visit they had just had with him. And then the interviewer asks, was there any awareness that there was going to be this dispute over Bob's personal estate and all the things they sued him for? And she says, not at all. This whole thing is like total... When we got sued by Steve 4 years ago, that was the first we had heard of anybody being unhappy. And Steve and Dana and Dennis Cap, I guess, Cap's the younger son of Dennis Cap, sued Bob Ross so that they preemptively, so that they wouldn't be sued for using Steve's name apparently as an artist. And apparently Bob was worth about $1.3 million. Half of that was his third of Bob Ross Incorporated. So about $700,000 would be given to Steve, Linda, and I guess Jimmy. I don't know if they could have purchased the stock with that to get more stake in the company. Maybe not. Maybe they didn't have a right if the company was still private. Still, you know, I guess it's public still. Yeah, there's a whole section I won't even get into about how they sued Bob's estate for personal reimbursements, like when Bob's cancer treatment and when he was out eating dinner with Annette, which would be, you know, 2 of the 3 business owners. That would be considered a business lunch, but they were suing him for like $14.10 at Shoney's, $17 at Cracker Barrel. I don't know, it's pretty hairy. But and they sued Elmer and Friends, and they sued one company which was using the main Bob Ross image of him smiling, you know, this one right here. That's apparently the trademark image, one of the many trademarks that they own. Apparently they own, where did I put it? They own a lot, like over 100 trademarks relative to Bob. And one of their reasonings for not letting a clothing company use a form of that with a cat on it or something like that, it was like thinly manipulated. So I understand they wouldn't want their image, such a significant trademark that they own being used in any sort of way. Their reasoning was that they would need it to conform, be used on products of only the highest quality, and this is straight from a court document, and that it would have to conform with wholesome and whimsical nature of Mr. Ross's images and his art. And it was definitely a wholesome and whimsical artistic license that they were using on the image of Bob Ross painting, but I guess that wasn't enough for them. So they're justified, I think, in that specific situation, because it is such a central part of their brand, but they've been known to sue apparently many other people for much smaller infractions, and I hope I'm not one of them. But I hope I've been reasonable and fair enough in my use of any images or speaking about them, given that this is primarily educational. Let's see what she said. Yeah, she tried to justify the Elmer friend, Joan Kowalski, in the Vanity Fair interview, justify it, saying that it was justifiable to sue the children's show. She's like, if you don't nip things in the butt, and you do have to set a precedent and show the court that you're not being arbitrary, and you do have to, I guess, you don't just pick and choose what you sue for as far as intellectual property rights goes. And she says that you have to, we're very protective of our IP rights, and in other words, our image of Bob and how it's used. And she says, we just felt the property can get very, very far from our reach. When they asked if the lawsuit of Elmer and Friends was justified, and she's like, I think we were always very protective of it, and then with this situation and with Bob wanting to do it, I'll say yes and no. I'll say yes, filing the suit was the right move. BRI was, we were able to make sure the video and cassette were what Bob wanted. She's like, his image is being scrounged at from vultures from all angles. It's terrifying what they want to do with his image. Bob, she says, was a fanatic about protecting his own IP that he created. He was the one we learned it from, she says. He knew that his persona could be used for bad. And she's like, because we didn't allow it to be used in violent video games and products, probably being the Celebrity Deathmatch from MTV in the late 90s, or the alcohol and marijuana, that's why so many people associate it, which is legit. It is a brand thing to be more wholesome and not be affiliated with drugs, or alcohol or violence. She says we don't want to see people to see the bad in anything that has to do with Bob Ross. Where was it? Where's the rest of that? I think I just lost my place. Yeah, they have to show due diligence. I think it's just so easy, based on the documentary and their bad reputation that they made, Joan and her parents, Annette and Walt, to not like them, to think that they're just really, really underhanded people. But they do have a pretty strong case that they are just trying to make Bob's brand as wholesome as possible, and a lot of this is, they did pay Steve out of court, apparently, in the lawsuit, and she says he's very happy with the amount they got, but, when it said, so it turns out that Bob did receive permission to be on Elmer and Friends. She says, I don't think that was actually a lawsuit, and the people say, yeah, no, it was. She goes, okay, well, we have to use the court system at times. We have to be really careful. Okay, I guess she doesn't really comment on the Elmer and Friends one, which is understandable. I wouldn't want to comment on that. Joan has been the face of BRI since 2012, when Annette and Walt stepped down. And apparently Steve was, I guess he was young enough when his father died, that so Bob left his will and his estate in control of his wife and his brother-in-law, Steve, or stepbrother. And apparently, I said Steve, his half-brother, Jim, had control. And apparently Steve didn't even know, so he must have had a bad relationship with Jim. He didn't know about any of this until 2017 or so. And he was pretty upset about that. In the documentary, they say this. He had a bad relationship. He thinks he'd never had a good relationship with his half-brother, his dad's half-brother, Jim, Uncle Jim. And it seems to me that Jim and Linda probably sold out and settled out of court for some sum of money, I'm sure some of which Steve got, but none of that included the ability and the rights to Bob's image and likeness and his IP rights, his rights to use any of his paintings, anything he ever painted for Bob Ross Inc. That was all out of touch, off limits for Steve. And Steve claims that when his father died, Annette pulled him aside and said, listen, you can do anything you want with your father's image as long as it's not art related. You can make whatever. And she listed some things that they're apparently doing very much non-art related merchandise nowadays. And that's why Steve said, listen, it's my father's name, it's my last name, it's my actual name, because his middle name is Steve and his real first name is Robert or Bob, so he is a Bob Ross. And he thought that he might have gotten sued if he used his own last name to sell paint products, a Ross line of paint products. Joan, apparently in 2012, took over the company. Walt and Annette, I think they're probably in their 90s now, stepped down, and right around 2012, a couple years after that, she apparently had a changing of the guard. They got rid of Martin Weber. They started Alexander Cruz, and some other people claims that they were cheapening their products, and That was also when they signed a deal with another company, a publishing company, to to go on Twitch, make their YouTube channel, make products like this, like the magazine I found at the checkout line of my grocery store. And a lot of that's completely understandable, but it's the slight hypocrisy between them saying that they don't want to cheapen his image, and then putting out a slew of pretty cheap quality products as well. That doesn't, sit well with a lot of people. But again, even if it's not wholesome or wholly ethical, by non-legal standards, like the moral thing to do, it's legal. It's 100% legal from what it seems like. She said that they departed in 2015 the Weber company that Bob had formed such a tight relationship with, who made their paints and art supplies. And Joan said that we saw some things. She was biting her tongue, like Alistair Ramsey says. Alston Ramsey saw some things in the organization, the Weber organization, that concerned us. And it was a shrewd and necessary business decision to leave. And then in the documentary, Weber says that he went through the warehouse and saw people putting Ross's name on paintings. So I don't know. I honestly don't know who to believe on that one. And yeah, the last little bit I'll say is that Lawrence Kapp is Dennis Kapp's son, apparently. I think the thing that tips it in favor of Steve Dana, Lawrence Kapp, is Alexander Cruz's testimony saying that, he had personal rapport with Steve and Dana and with Annette, and it doesn't look like Annette was the most straightforward, selfless individual. In fact, quite the opposite. He said Alexander says, after the death of Bob Ross, many of us thought Steve was going to continue with the company, but apparently Annette never saw him as sales material. And apparently a lot of the companies faithful to Bob actually left. A lot of the teachers and former students of Bob's left the company when he died, because of this tension between Annette and Bob. After the death of Bob, the Kowalskis tried to make many changes in the qualities of their paint products, meeting resistance from the Weber company, creating conflicts in the business relationships they had. So they would consult, taking into consideration, they would consult with people who knew Bob, before he died, and about the integrity and respect they had for Bob, talking about regarding the quality of products. And Alexander says they would do paint by numbers. It would cheapen Bob's legacy, his already at stake legacy with the art world, even more. It didn't get general public appreciation for being so cheap and poor, saying that in the art world, Bob already had enough trouble securing his legacy, his respect, and it's a bad idea. You don't want to damage Bob's name putting out puzzles and paint by numbers art kits and stuff. Bob wanted people to try painting the way he was teaching them, not just a cheap merchandise to sell. And crews insist that they were always trying to get money, from his name. And that was always Bob Ross for them. Lawrence Kapp, Dennis Kapp's son, says that his company basically went under, really took a hard hit when they had a, quote, divorce by Joan in 2012, leaving the company somewhere around there. And they said half the revenue was from Bob Ross paint supplies. And I'm not sure why, I mean, it could have been something shady, unethical on Weber's end that Joan wanted to distance herself from, or it could be that Joan saw a more lucrative opportunity to make cheaper products that maybe were of less quality somewhere else, saving her, making her more money. Alexander says Dana has been put through a lot by the Kowalskis and told him personally. Doesn't say exactly what, but the documentary was kind of formed and given the go-ahead by Steve and Dana. They were willing to participate in it, apparently, after Lawrence Kapp entered the equation and helped get some funding for RSR Art in their lawsuit against Bob Ross Incorporated. Steve's basic claim in the lawsuit was that he was wrongfully denied control of his father's image. And his father's image, and Bob, it cheapened his father's legacy, essentially. I don't know if Bob would have been okay with all the merchandise out nowadays. There's a lot of merchandise. There's NFTs, there's bobbleheads, there's waffle makers, cereal, socks, underwear, puzzles. There's a lot on the market. And let's see, the Daily Beast says that in 2012, BRI made less than $200 a year licensing Bob's products. That was when Joan took over. 5 years later, they were making over $1 million a year doing that. The company holds 154 copyrights, numerous trademarks on his name and likeness, and they use it to sell, millions, tens of millions of dollars, I'm sure. And they're making lots and lots of money, definitely, out there. And the PR guy, some of the cheap products in question from Gizmodo, there's 32,000 Bob Ross NFTs. Good Lord, there's pop packs. What are they called? Funko heads. There's Funkos, there's Element skateboards, polar fleece jackets, footwear, cut and crew apparel, chunky custard puzzles, just toys, signs, tree planting kits, which are legit, wall graphics, limited edition coins, stationery, I guess magazines as well, underwear, socks, more books. Crocs, I guess. There's a pair of Crocs, maybe. I'll have to see that. It's a lot. They are really, really making a buck off Bob's image here. And the PR guy I mentioned earlier says that, Kowalski's claim to be keeping, one of their big claims was that they were keeping Bob relevant and no one else would have done it, and maybe Steve wouldn't have done it for a while at least, but it doesn't mean he couldn't have came back 15 years later and gotten into the business of marketing Bob again and putting him on the internet. They say that claim doesn't hold up because they are cheapening his image with poor quality products. If not for the efforts of the remaining founders, this statement falls flat, he says, the PR guy, because Bob Ross's shows, his personality, it wouldn't have never been lost or even waned. It's hard to make a point that Bob would have ever gone out of style to any significant extent if he was still out there being aired on PBS. Now he's on YouTube. His image would have certainly made it there. They got energy drinks now. Man, they're essentially putting out gag gifts, energy drinks and cereals and boxers, making euphemisms about male genitalia. He says, like, man, you are cheapening his image, and you got to be careful doing it. Because you're equating his image. You did good to keep it away from drugs and violence, but you're equating it now to just cheapened gag gifts and, cheap, ironic merchandise. And they're just cheap commodities. And the guy says it's compelling that Steve Ross claims he didn't receive any money from the Bob Ross Incorporated. And that strikes the public as highly unjust, makes a really negative image on their part. And the guy says, apparently more than 43,000 people have signed a petition as of a couple months ago in early 2022, saying that on change.org petition, saying that Bob's name and likeness should be given over to Steve. And that petition notes that BRI is now worth $20 million. And Cruz's final statement is saying, listen, everything on that was true on that documentary, and all they're trying to do now is damage control, using words like legacy and memory of Bob Ross. Those of us who knew him know he never would have left a legacy. No, he never would have left a legacy. Those of us who knew him know that Bob never would have left a legacy of commerce where his image was sold to the highest bidder. He never would have left a legacy where the company ignores their true warriors, the instructors he claims that are being pushed to the side. Their opinions aren't being heard. They're being ignored, essentially. He never would have left a legacy of lowering the quality of materials for a better profit, much less left us with the memory of abuse and outrage that the Kowalskis did indeed leave. He said, I'm not a person, Alexander says, I'm not a person to promote hatred, but I do promote justice. For my part, I will be a CRI teacher. I won't promote sale of materials from BRI since they are below student quality. And above all, I will not support the Kowalskis. They've failed all the CRIs because he's fundamentally he was a Bob Ross paint instructor. Due to lack of communication, lack of respect, their indifference to the demands they had, they have failed us all. I wonder what the demands were. They failed Steve, Dana, Jenkins' family, the Cap family, Weber, their audience, and they failed Bob. So they think that the PR guy says, hey, call Steve up, try to negotiate a profit-sharing motive or relationship or a creative control relationship. He says the business 1.0 world of top-down control of an image of companies has changed. The Kowalskis, realistically, if they want to fix what their reputations, how it's been damaged, it can't be done purely through a spin-doctored, well-written official statement. They'll need to reach out to their detractors, being Steve and Dana, and be open to a more collaborative solution. Bob, I had so much more written about that, and taken a while already, so I'm glad I skipped over most of it. I didn't want it to be the focal point, all this, Steve's and the Kowalskis' lawsuits. I think it's really cool that Steve is now coming back with Dana Jester. They're touring, they're teaching art shops actually, so go on Dana's Instagram and he's promoting when his dates are. And he's showing, paintings and showing behind the scenes from the demonstrations. And I hope nothing but the best for them. Back in '95, apparently Bob's final words to Steve were always to continue, just to continue. A simple prophetic acknowledge that Steve might struggle. And apparently Steve really did after his dad died. Got into a deep depression, and he settled into a hermit lifestyle that defined his existence for nearly 15 years. As the Alston Ramsey article says at the end, but it ends beautifully, and I encourage you all to go read the article because it was really, he was a really good writer. He ended it poetically, beautifully. Said that after Steve and Dana had hosted their first workshop together in like 20 years, Steve went back online after the weekend was ended. It was a whole weekend affair. And just wanted to see the comments and the, feedback. And he said that as he recalled going online to check the comments left by students and attendees and how encouraging it was to hear such positive reviews about the experience, Steve took a deep breath and began crying. Tears streamed down his face as he felt the long absent grace of God in the simplest of emotions, the one that had been absent in his life for so long that he'd forgotten what it even was: joy. Steve said it was like the first time I'd had the sun on my face in 1,000 years. That's what his experience painting and teaching painting and continuing the legacy of his father of his dad was after almost 2 decades out of the spotlight. And that's really symbolic of what Bob's continuing legacy really is. Spreading joy. Telling people to continue. Keep moving forward even though life's tough. Keep reaching out, expanding your abilities. Keep trying, keep being creative. Keep expressing yourself. Keep growing. Pretty cool. Pretty beautiful. If you guys made it to the end of this, thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting the channel. Thank you to all my Patreons supporters. And I hope you guys join me in part 3 where we go over Bob's legacy in more detail. We analyze his place in history and among historical trends and philosophies and ideas and movements, and how effective of a teacher he really was, and how he's influenced me and many others. Thanks for watching.